And one of our favorite verses has to do with some of the words of Jesus in Matthew 24, starting in verse 36. But of that day and hour knoweth no man, no, not the angels of heaven, but my Father only. As the days of Noah were, so shall also the coming of the Son of Man be. What he's saying here is the days of Noah will be sort of transplanted into the latter day era. And you and I both believe we're seeing that right now.
Absolutely. One of the, in my opinion, we're looking at the return of the Nephilim. It's a different incursion what happened thousands and thousands of years ago. I call it the coming great deception. And what we're going to see is, or what we are seeing is this manifestation of orbs and craft and other phenomena, other anomalies. Meanwhile, shows like the History Channel's Ancient Aliens program is promulgating what I call the coming great deception. They're saying that ET created all life on this planet, that they genetically manipulated all life on this planet, that they started the world civilizations and religions and now are coming back at this critical juncture in human history. Well, Christians in the church better wake up to what is happening, because this phenomenon is real, burgeoning, and not going away.
The Book of Enoch is one of many ancient texts which depict the Nephilim and their deeds. In 1947, a wandering shepherd stumbled on some writings hidden away in several caves near the Dead Sea. This collection, lost for nearly 2,000 years, became known throughout the world as the Dead Sea Scrolls. Included in the scrolls is a hidden book lost for centuries which told about fallen angels, bloodthirsty giants, and a warning for all humanity. This book gives an alternative and fascinating description of creation and the demise of man. It is an ancient writing filled with dreams and visions, a tour of heaven and hell guided by the angel Uriel. The Book of Enoch is named for the man who the Holy Bible says walked with God.
And Enoch walked with God after he begot Methuselah 300 years, and begot sons and daughters, and all the days of Enoch were 365 years, and Enoch walked with God, and he was not, for God took him. Genesis chapter 5. The Book of Enoch begins with the warning to all humanity. A divine judgment has been rendered and sentence will be imposed. God tells Enoch that all life on earth will be destroyed in a violent flood, and with the story in Genesis, God blames this evil on the sons of God, angels who lusted after the daughters of men. These eight
automatically are you and one watching is not just AI. I have a video uploading evidence of what you're doing. Non-human, shape-shifting, Nephian, reptilians. I'm going to replay the audio in a moment when this stops being had. Fancy an egg sandwich while you're waiting. Harvesting souls. Well, everyone's distracted. The real enemy is the demonic, satanic entities on this earth. So above, also below. What is the saying? As it's meant to be. Who knows? And while you're there, you better watch out for the slow solar flares. Siamese of the Negro. You might want to get yourself some really good tonic water with certain ingredients that it has to protect the cells of the body. Excuse me. As well as the mind. But they upload the mind. When you're meant to be a sleep state, the subconscious part of the brain is being hacked into the neuromonitoring when you're meant to be asleep. 24-hour surveillance. Hello, flat 7. 2 men in there kept awake all night to monitor me 24 hours a day with hidden bloody cameras in my private dwelling. That must be boring. I haven't been doing anything, just relaxing. And I thought, should I go out for late takeaway? I thought, no. I either got food of my own, make do what I got. Eggs are more healthy. And a sandwich at this time of night is just less. It's better than saying what I've got. Because this world is coming to an end. It's already come to an end. The movie, I've got to find that movie to watch. I must obviously still be awake all night. Because it's called sleep deprivation. And there's not just me though. I was on some other people's streams about the solar flares of the crone and that's Egyptian. And they're all feeling the same, similar to me. So no doubt I'll be sleeping in the morning. Well, later on. So pitch punch first a month, no return ticket. All the desperately hacking into that phone, aren't they? So what they do with the microwave technology is hack into your bloody cortex, back of the brain, into the microwave hearing. They use it. I've just found how they're doing the hacking in this computer as well. I just was reading the source code. Yeah, I've got some names, alright. So it's only because I was going to schedule a stream and I just pressed the wrong key and there you go. So those that have codes, computer knowledge of code words, they put a new drive in this laptop. They keep damaging the laptop as they do it. And home invasion it's called, without consent. What? I'm suspected of what? Am I national security risk for what? Oh, I forgot. There's corruption, isn't there? Simon, he got a 2018 OBE. He let my bloody son down in the early 90s. He's a police, a public servant, Freemason, idiot. And I won't tell you what he did behind the scenes. What they all usually get up to behind the scenes. What they have to sacrifice, human sacrifices and the vampires' behaviours and the really dark stuff. So I rebuke you all in the name of Jesus Christ, the Lord, our Heavenly Father. Jesus Christ, I did die upon the cross. When you go and look into the book of Enoch, and you find evidence that the fallen demonic, well, they call it fallen angels,
are sometimes referred to as watchers. They keep constant watch, and they decide one day, about 200 of them, that they're going to
basically, well, I'm waiting for me at the rope to finish cooking. I don't know why I must be an encyclopedia of the knowledge. I really don't give a monkey's what happens to me anymore. My spirit belongs to another. My soul belongs to another. You're not so catching me. No matter what you do, your my labs, your military black ops, you'll cover up what the reptilians doing to me every bloody night. You know, I see right through. I see with my own eyes. All those eyes, that shapeshift. So-called old friend of mine got cloned, and he's been possessed. I could not believe it when I witnessed it with my own eyes this time, not just on a video or something like that. Wow. I couldn't shove a photo. I couldn't shove a video this way, except for obvious. And then people out there, when they've done their videos, and excellent videos, they start with their software they use and break down. And people send documentaries, they've got websites, you can't mention certain things anymore without it being taken out of context. But it's wonderful. It's wonderful to know that there's a spiritual enlightening, a lifting this darkness of this planet. And no matter what happens, whether it's an asteroid, a man-made asteroid hitting the sun, that was pathetic of fake NASA doing what they were doing, and all the mainstream media pick it all up, you can tell it's fake. It's false. Anyway, whatever, one system. This platform and any social media platform is always used now for the occultism to push their agendas. And you can easily find adult content and on the borderline of that, and I'm not into all that. And I'm into just being me. Well, I could tell you a story. I could tell you many a story. I might just set up another channel of storytelling. I won't actually breach data protection though, but I will give you some facts. I've got nothing to lose. You'll see what they radiated my teeth and damaged my teeth. They damaged my hair. They radiated me all the bloody time. I don't have nothing to lose. And I might be able to educate people. But unfortunately, by that time, the internet might crash. And the economy, the way it is, crash. Oh, come on. The people hold the power. The real people that's not possessed and are not shapeshifters. Because the Bills of Exchange Act, 1882. I promised to pay the bearer on the demand of whatever the value of that note. Why do you think everything in England's done plastic? Why do you think the Bank of England corporations changed the paper notes? Wow, the times we're living in. And on a certain paid for online service that I watch, is really interesting. I couldn't believe the symbolism. of the palace. And the actors, very good actors, but the symbolism and the hinting at the public what's going to happen in the storyline again. Wow. Wow. I think I was watching that for 2-3 hours because of the I don't know, was it 8 parts? But because of Megan in this reality so-called life, I don't know if he's still a Prince William, is it? Or Harry? Is it Harry? Might be. Can't remember now. I lost track. So, coming out with a book. And that TV, well, is online. On 8 episodes. It was really basically to cover up whatever's going to come out of that book. Do you really think Harry and Meghan will get away with any expose? No, of course they won't. They're all part of the club. They're all the Rothschilds and the Rockefeller and the globalist elite. It's all part of that. Their bloodlines and their ancestries goes back to the 13 bloodline families, which is very dark. And I'm not saying the new modern type members of the British Crown. It's corporations, it's land grabbing, it's raping the past of the lands of these beautiful, innocent people in Americas, in South America, in the colonies, and in behind slave trade. And you want to call yourself British. The history of this little island is rife in demonic, real serious things. I come from bloodline, not part of that. My bloodline and my DNA bloodline is interesting to find out. So yeah, we're the white witches.
This book is an alternative path.
White witches. Natural spiritualists, natural healers, natural abilities to just tap in once we use our abilities is to tap in. I didn't know what I know, of course, all those years ago, until what they set me up into this demonic program ever since I was young. Knowing full well my life, the way it's panning out all these years to date, full well. It's a bit like that movie, really. It's like sliding doors, you have a parallel world. Mind you, in the bigger picture, you've got the Stargate. The parallel storyline with that and the scripts within the movie, it really is the portals, the time and space, physics theory into time travel, the impossible, a long time ago. And the open portals, they can come from. Did you know this? Did anyone know this? I'm sure powers that be do. You see, the deep underground bases have the time travel and the portals and the advancement in the tunnels, traveling real underground, and these beautiful souls who's been on Super Soldier Talk, and they've got a website, they've got a YouTube presence and different social media platforms, and they do not get adopted by aliens, nor do I. It is a Nephilim. It is the non-human entities. And they're very good at shape-shifting. So I have, again, in audio evidence, the footsteps, and they're very a bit more quieter this time. Because there's no I'm streaming. Oh my goodness me, they're cowards. They can't present themselves in the daytime and be obvious and show who they really are, because I'm not afraid of them at all. They can't really show their true scales and the claws and the true essence of the art. They have to cover it up, well covered up, with the human form and the mask and whatever else technology they do. Yeah, I was in the makeup artist business years ago, but I think it's more a bit sophisticated than that. Cloaking technology. And when these people break down and you lift the veil's lifted, They Live is a brilliant film. Wow, they come after you. They have to. They have to monitor you, how much you know, what level of awakening one is, the level of spirituality. What use is that individual going to be used? Is that individual going to be useful for our sexual pleasure? That's sick, isn't it? That's really sick. And they're going to be useful to grow, to drive their energy levels down so we can suck them dry. Well, the soul catching, that's what it means, sucking energy out of them. So they'll feel so exhausted, they can't do much. And then obviously, use technology also. So they're completely in our mercy, so to speak. Well, not with me, by the way. They're led to like to think, after what they do. And then, yeah. But you see, you can't, and there's evidence, if only one cares to educate oneself and look into that website. It's a very informative, and one can dig around at the 13 bloodline families. It's a good start to research. And then why don't you go and search for the Nephians, the reptilian subject, the shape shifting as well. And in a moment, I'm just going to play Northern as I rest, as you're diverting the internet elsewhere. So note to notes, I'm live to come in at 3:30. What is it? Let's go back to it.
I would just like you to welcome up someone that is not familiar to most of you, but his work is very solid, and he actually knows how to give a presentation as well. Mr. James Bartley.
Thank you very much for coming here. Can everyone hear me? This is truly a beautiful place, and I respect your understanding of the significance of this weekend. You could have been anywhere this weekend, but you chose to be here. And that tells me a lot about you. It tells me that you're a very intelligent crowd that really has an understanding of what's important. Now, the information I'm going to share with you today is very controversial. It's very negative, profoundly negative, but I will throw a bone out at the end and leave you with a happy message, because I don't want you to leave here, contemplating suicide or anything. But the information I'm going to share is information that is not common in the UFO community. Most of the other alien abduction researchers, for whatever reason, have deliberately left out a lot of this information relative to the reptilians, to military abductions, and MILABs for short. MILABs are legitimate alien abductees who, for reasons which I will explain, are kidnapped, trained, and utilized as deep black operatives by elements of the military intelligence community. And this information has come with a price. There's many people I know, some who've literally been killed, and some who've been harassed unmercifully, not just from human intelligence agencies, but from the reptilians and the aliens themselves. Any half-rate UFO researcher can be monitored or harassed by deep black elements of the human military intelligence community. However, when a researcher or an abductee starts getting harassed directly by the reptilians, for example, you know that person is crossed over into the threshold of the big leagues. And I will go into details about that in my talk. Now, before I delve into the speech, there's certain issues that I need to raise. One of which is the issue of credibility. For too long, the American people have obtained their information about various and sundry subjects from patently non-credible sources. And just to give you a few examples, I'd like to share from history examples where the academic community, the scientific community, and establishment historians have all collaborated to, in effect, dumb down the public. Pearl Harbor conspiracies, JFK conspiracies, they're still being maintained today because the full truth about any of those subjects were to be revealed, it would undermine other conspiracies that they are tangentially connected to. Now, one of the problems I've always had is with people who are always trying to big shot me, people that are PhDs, people that are scientists, people that are members or former members of the aerospace community. They show up at these conferences, thumping on their chest like Tarzan. Here I am, big shot researcher. You have to listen to me. I know what I'm talking about. Time out time, in examples such as the MIA issue, missing prisoners of war, atomic veterans who've been utilized in radiation experiments or have taken part in above ground atmospheric nuclear tests, veterans of the Southeast Asian conflict that were afflicted with what's been known as the Agent Orange syndrome from exposure to dioxin, and most recently, Gulf War syndrome, which has come about through the use of an anthrax vaccine. There's an excellent book about the subject called Vaccine A, written by someone named Matsumoto. And what all these subjects have in common is when these people that have been afflicted with one sort of ailment or another has come forward to the VA department, to the rest of the medical scientific community, what has always happened without exception is that some establishment shill, some scientist, some academic always pops up and dismisses out of hand the claims of the sufferer of Agent Orange, the sufferer of the radiation experiments, the sufferer of the anthrax vaccine. There's a gigantic dung heap of these establishment shills that have sought to suppress and downplay and marginalize any information which contradicts the official spin. Most often than not, the excuse has been used of a psychological disorder, a psychological aberration on the part of veterans suffering from Gulf War syndrome, veterans suffering from Agent Orange exposure. things such as deliberate
and he was not.
disappearance of military records of some of these individuals who suffered from radiation exposure has been utilized. Now it's interesting when Bob was asking for the astonishing claims about his work at S4, and it turned out that his education was debunkers had a good laugh and said, well, he can't prove that he's a scientist, he can't prove he worked at Los Alamos. But that modus operandi has been used against people who've been exposed to radiation, who've been exposed to dioxins from Agent Orange, who've been exposed in a number of other instances. It's not a new method of dealing with potential whistleblowers. There's a corporate financial agenda at work which strives to attain global centralized control at the expense of the individual. So I want you to keep that in mind as I speak today, because people are going to wonder about my credibility. They're going to wonder about the credibility of the abductees in my labs who share their information with me. And yet, for many years, these same people who are questioning the credibility of myself and my colleagues have bought into the lies of the establishment, have bought into the lies of the scientific community. And nowhere is that more prevalent than in the UFO field. For example, today is the age of the camcorder. You can't very well debunk and mock and ridicule the camcorder. So what happens? These experts in the aerospace field pop up, like so many species which refuse to stay flushed. They pop up and they say, oh, well, that's just the stealth craft. And the dumb, ignorant audience, the national television audience nods their head dumbly, yeah, stealth. But stealth, folks, has nothing to do with the visual spectrum. Stealth has everything to do with what's known as the radar cross-section, the RCS of a craft, utilizing certain composite materials, designing the craft in such a way as there's no right angles to reflect back radar signals. The radar cross-section can be reduced to such an extent that for all intents and purposes, it is invisible to radar. Not entirely invisible, but small enough to thwart any attempt at ground control intercept radar stations, airborne radar lock-on platforms to lock on to the craft. So when people say, well, oh, that video shows like a stealth aircraft, that's just another lie. And they can only get away with that because the general public is ignorant about such issues. If it was a stealth aircraft, what is it doing lighting up the whole countryside? Doesn't that defeat the whole purpose of stealth? I mean, think about it. It defeats the whole purpose of stealth. Now, and unless you're talking about the invisible jumbo jet that crashed in the Pentagon, that was equipped with a Romulan cloaking device. But the thing is, you always have these shills, and some here at this conference, UFO debunkers. Now, you can always tell who a UFO debunker is. Essentially a paid government liar. How do you know? Well, rule number one in counterintelligence psychological warfare operations is you have to have a plausible reason for being someplace. If you're, and by its very nature, a UFO debunker is a covert and deniable asset of the US government or some other government. But they have to have an explanation for being somewhere. This is like in overseas operations. A person may cover of agency for international development. They could have the cover of a foreign service worker. They can have a cover of a relief worker. A UFO debunker doesn't have a reason for being here. They don't have a reason why on their pretty websites they have nothing but articles debunking alien abductions, debunking the UFO subject in general. So just keep all this in mind. I have to preface this because there's some people out there that still cling on to this notion that people with PhDs and other letters after their name are somehow more credible than people who don't have those letters after their name. So now that I got that out of the way, you're probably wondering who I am. My name is James Bartley, and I've had somewhat of an eclectic background in the telecommunications field and the insurance industry. I spent a number of years as a civilian working in an intelligence-related capacity for the Department of the Navy, in particular Naval Air Forces. My rather innocuous title was that of database coordinator. I worked in communications. One of the things that always struck me as humorous is all these experts with magnifying glasses poring over alleged official government documents, and they're saying, well, you know, the comma is out of place, oh, well, the font is not right. Well, I really can't comment on how the formatting was years ago, but I know that today, really, some of the official messages you will read from different commands can be as breezy and as irreverent as an email. They don't necessarily follow a particular standard. Now, what did I do? Well, I really can't elaborate on what I did in communications because the powers that be are bound and determined to go to war with China and God knows how many other countries. But I will say that probably more than most in the intelligence community, I had extreme exposure to intelligence summaries from a multitude of intelligence agencies. Ones that you're familiar with, maybe not so familiar with. Also R&D centers like the Army's Missile Development Center, Redstone Arsenal, the various intelligence sections of the various commands, theater level commands, Army level commands, Air Force commands. When you're in communications, you are smack dab in the middle of just an astounding stream of intelligence related information. Much of it really doesn't need to be classified actually. On a daily basis, I interacted with members of the Naval Intelligence and Naval Security Group, which is the Naval Security Group, or NAVSEC is the naval subsidiary of the National Security Agency. I was responsible for creating entire streams of classified and unclassified message traffic, what are known as AGS, AIGS, addressed indicated groups. Let me make one up. AG 555, it could be about aircraft maintenance. I was also responsible for creating what are known as CADs, collective address designators. And let me make one up. NASCAR. Anybody that had an interest in NASCAR from a crew standpoint, driver standpoint, or a racetrack standpoint, were all action or info addressees on these types of messages. Not only was I a member involved in communications, but I was the go-to guy in the command. If somebody in anti-submarine warfare needed a certain type of message traffic, they came to me. If somebody involved in electronic countermeasures, flying around in the EAB prowlers, they came to me. If somebody that worked at a contractor working at one of the power propulsion desk, or whether it's contractors from Pratt & Whitney, General Electric, what have you, they came to me. They came to me with the types of messages they needed to see. And I manipulated the database to ensure that they got those messages and nothing else. Nobody wants to see message traffic that's unrelated to their activity. I had carte blanche to visit any communications station, either onshore or our particular interest was with the carrier battle groups as well as the affiliated naval air stations. So within our region, I had carte blanche to visit any communication station. By the time I left, my clearance was being upgraded to a crypto level, and I would have been the go-to guy. I would have been in charge of running a standalone communication system for our 3-star admiral, what's known as the type command, our 3-star admiral in charge of all naval aviation activities in the Persian Gulf, the Indian Ocean, and the Pacific. But I chose not to stick around. I resigned. On top of that, I'm a student of military history with an emphasis on intelligence, counterintelligence, and special operations. I'm also a student of the American Civil War. So unlike most people in the military, who I find to be astonishingly ignorant about the history of this country and the history of even their particular military activity, I was sort of well-rounded. I understood the significance of what it was I was reading. I understood the history of what it was I was reading. So that's just a bit about me. And one other thing that you need to know about me is that I am an alien abductee. I've had numerous encounters with reptilians, with what are known as the reptilian greys. You always hear about the ubiquitous gray beings. Well, the beings that I had encounters with in full waking consciousness were what are known as reptilian greys, what the late great Dr. Carla Turner referred to as the chicken claws. They don't have a long finger and a long nail. They just have claws. And when you wake up and then you find yourself surrounded by 3 of these things with claws and they're looking down at you, believe me, that can be a pretty traumatic experience. So I know wherein I speak. When I speak about alien abduction, and particularly encounters with reptilians, I can develop an instant kinship and understanding with others who have experienced the same things. My colleagues and I have always taken the approach of being friends first, researchers later, because people will only open up to you if they know that you have a vested emotional interest in them. Too often, researchers use the information from an abductee or someone who's, had anomalous experiences, and then after their book is written, they discard them. It becomes just baggage. But we don't do that. What we do is we work long-term with the people we're involved with. My mentor is Barbara Bartholick, in my opinion, the greatest alien abduction researcher on this planet. She has had a number of proteges, some of whom you may have heard of, the late, great Dr. Carla Turner, Candy to her friends. Jim Walden, he co-wrote a book with Barbara Bartholick. She helped substantially in the creation of his book. He writes about his own experiences as, for all intents and purposes, a host of a reptilian entity, an interdimensional reptilian entity, which I will explain the mechanics behind that in a moment. Evelyn Lorgan, is a close colleague of mine who has studied at the feet of Barbara Bartholick, in particular the subject of what is known as the alien love bite. Now, this may seem somewhat comical to those who don't know any better, and I will elaborate on this more, but we are emitters, we are resonators. And what some of these negative beings strive to do is engender negative emotions and feelings within us of anguish, of pain, of misery, of isolation and hopelessness. What the alien love bite is what it is. It's a setting up of a love bonding drama between 2 abductees, oftentimes bonded from childhood, where they're abducted and re-abducted, and as they grow older, oftentimes not knowing of the existence of the other, they've already developed strong astral connections and strong subconscious connections. And then decades later, Jack and Jill, let's say, meet at a UFO conference, very common, and then an instant chemistry, an instant bond between them develops, where they feel that they've had sexual relations with one another. They have extreme close body, chemical reactions with one another. They begin to psychically develop communication with each other. And then one of the outcomes of that is that an emotional unplugging occurs, where one is left in an unrequited state because they can't consummate the relationship because they may be married. But the bottom line, the reason for this is to engender extreme emotions of misery, unhappiness, unrequited love. And these beings, they feed off that. They feed off that in the way you or I nurture ourselves on food or protein or what have you. These beings literally strive to create negative situations in our life for a number of reasons, but mostly to feed off of us. Now, there are 4 subjects I will discuss today. In general, I'm here to talk about the reptilian overlordship. The reptilian overlordship, the proof of which is all around us. The global institutionalized sex slavery, the wars and the rumors of wars, the designer plagues. All of these things are part and parcel of the rapidly advancing movement towards global centralized control, privatization of water, genetically modified foods. All these things are part and parcel of the reptilian overlordship. They're around us. We see this all the time, but people just don't realize that there is a controlling factor behind all of it. The tendency on the part of some conspiracy researchers is to ascribe all these activities on the part of power mad bankers, power mad humans. But I promise you that the not only the conception but the execution of this advancing globalized, centralized agenda was thousands of years in the making, and a purely human consciousness cannot conceive of, let alone affect these changes. Because if you have any understanding of metaphysics at all, you will know that everything manifests first in the spiritual realms before they manifest in the physical realms. That's just the way it is. A simple thought followed by an action is just one very basic example. How else is the reptilian overlordship manifested to us? So vulgarity, extreme vulgarity. Movies like Jackass have become hits. All these efforts at promoting vulgarity as the norm in our society. The occultic symbology, my friend Jordan Maxwell out there in Convention Hall, he is the foremost expert on the occultic symbology. Had his information borrowed and stolen constantly. In fact, the Tom Hanks character in the movie Da Vinci Code is a pale imitation of Jordan Maxwell. And you see the symbology when you walk down the aisles of a supermarket. Every time you see a obelisk, you're looking at a representation of a reptilian phallus. In other words, they're just sticking it to you and you don't even realize it. It's there in front of you. Okay? That's the reptilian overlordship in a nutshell, which I'll elaborate on more later. The four aspects of the reptilian overlordship I will talk about are: one, the reptilians and their modus operandi; two, the hybrid hosting process, which is the fundamental building block, the fundamental basis for the reptilian overlordship; three, MILABs, which are legitimate alien abductees who have been utilized by deep black elements of the military intelligence community as covert operatives because of innate abilities they have, paraphysical abilities. All abductees are part of a particular bloodlines, and many of these MILABs have latent paraphysical capabilities precisely because they've been utilized and genetically modified and upgraded, if you will, by various and sundry alien groups, particularly the reptilians.
There you go.
And the fourth thing I will talk about, I will tie up all those three subjects at the end. Now, the first thing I will talk about is the reptilians. There are essentially two types of reptilians. There's the spacefaring reptilians. They literally fly around in spaceships. And then there are what's been described as the interterrestrials that live within the Earth, that are essentially native to this planet. They've been here as long as or longer than we have. And these beings have developed over time an interdimensional capability. They are masters of frequency and resonance. They can alter their density. The reptilians have attained control of the surface through a mastery of genetics, through control of the human gene pool, modifying the human race in general, and particular bloodlines in particular, to the point where they develop attributes, behaviors, and capabilities which advance the reptilian agenda on the surface. The reptilians come in a number of different shapes and sizes. Some are rather small, 4.5 to 5 feet tall. More commonly, they're 6 feet tall and taller. Some as high as 7.5 feet tall. They can be a number of colors, like dark green. They can be brownish, what's been described as pea soup green. There's a particular type of reptilian species we refer to as the yellow bellies. There are many reptile type species on the surface, like crocodiles and alligators, that have a tannish or a whitish underside. There are literally reptilians that have a whitish or a tannish underside. We call them yellow bellies. And these reptilians over time have developed the ability to, like I said, they can alter their density. Now, how do they interact with humans? Well, let's start with how reptilians interact with females, human females. Now, most of these human females that have encounters with reptilians are in all likelihood reptilian hybrids to a degree themselves. I refer to them as reptilian familiars, familiar in the family sense, the generational sense. These reptilians will follow certain bloodlines, generation after generation. And when a woman is having encounters with reptilians, it's because she's been genetically modified to the point where she's suitable for a reptilian to access for purposes of mating or what have you. Now, how does a reptilian rape a human woman? Let's say a woman is sleeping at night. What the reptilian can do is it can appear, and sometimes she may not be able to see the creature. They can be invisible in the visible spectrum, but you can see the depression of weight that the reptilian is leaving. For example, you can see a depression of weight on a mattress, on a sofa, on the carpet, but you cannot see the reptilian itself. It may choose not to allow you to see it. And what the woman may feel is a sudden pressure on her chest, or if she's laying on her stomach, a sudden pressure on her back. And what will happen is oftentimes a reptilian will sexually assault the human woman. And let's say the woman is lying on her back and the reptilian assaults her but is invisible. She will not be able to see what is going on, although she will feel the thrusting action of the reptilian's member. Let's say, for example, that she can move her arms or she can move her hands. She may try to block or prevent the organ of the reptilian from entering her. But she will not feel anything, but she'll try. Paradoxically, she will still feel the insertion of the reptilian's member into one or the other orifices. So it's somewhat of a paradox. It's like, well, she can't block it with her hand, but she still feels it, thrusting inside of her. I should have added in my preface that this is kind of adult content, so, but I really do believe that if there are members of the audience that are somewhat young and whose parents or mother is having these experiences, now is as good a time as any to learn. So you have something of a paradox where the reptilian can penetrate layers of bedclothes, of bed sheets, linen, bedclothes, and densify particular parts of its anatomy, like its member or its claws, for example, and still remain invisible. Now, what the reptilian can also do is it can assume the guise of someone that the woman is attracted to or has been involved with in the past. A reptilian can appear as an ex-boyfriend or someone the gal just got a crush with, someone that she runs into the laundromat, at the apartment complex. The reptilian can appear as that particular person. Or conversely, if the reptilian wants to engender as much fear and terror from the abductee, it can allow itself, it can reveal itself in its full reptilian glory, if you will. And if you haven't seen a sketch of a reptilian, if you haven't seen a reptilian in person, snout, big eyes, sometimes yellowish, sometimes reddish, vertical slit pupils, sometimes big flaring nostrils, rows of sharp teeth, extremely robust claws. And what the reptilian can also do, if it really wants to create terror within the abductee, is not only can it allow itself to be seen, but the reptilians, and also, as I will describe later, reptilian human hybrids, for all intents and purposes, humans that have reptilian capabilities. Reptilians and human reptilian hybrids, some of them, have the ability to somehow trigger within the mind or the brain of the abductee specific memories of previous child abuse, previous sexual abuse. So the reptilian can trigger that part of the mind of the abductee, and she will begin to remember a sexual assault when she was a child or a time when she was raped. And not only that, though, but what a number of researchers into satanic ritual abuse and mind control have discovered is that energy is locked into the bodies of ritual abuse and mind control victims. It's locked into the bodies, and it's blocked, and it's incapable of getting out. What the reptilians can do is cause not only the memories of the childhood sexual assault to flood into the mind of the person and force them to live that sexual assault in real time, but the attendant body memories also can be made to surface. So it causes the abductee, the woman, to freeze up, become petrified and terrified, and all the while the reptilian feeds off of this. Now, one of the byproducts of a reptilian sexual assault, well, there are a number of them where the woman is concerned. One of them is extremely heightened libido. And the reason for this is because the reptilian has the ability to activate what's known as the kundalini, the chi, the sexual energy of the woman, and cause her to have what's been described to me as extremely powerful full body orgasms, from the tips of the toes all the way to the head, just leaving them breathless. And this could last literally for hours. Now, there are some consequences to that. And I'm not trying to make light of it. This is just a facet of it that is very real, where the woman can feel intense shame about what has been going on, because nobody wants to admit, even to themselves, that they're having these sexual assaults from a reptilian creature. But at the same time, the force and the power of the orgasms are such that after a while, she begins to wonder when the energy will come back. She begins to long for that feeling again. And this creates a cycle of guilt and shame. Another byproduct of these sexual assaults is that the female abductee, for a short period of time after the sexual assault, will be extremely psychic. In fact, I know of a case, a female, a close friend of mine, who's had a number of reptilian experiences and a number of military experiences. A reptilian came into her house, sexually assaulted her, and no sooner did the reptilian leave that the military, through some means which we haven't quite figured out, they have the means to pull in the MILABs that they're working with from their house straight to their realm through some kind of teleportation device, some kind of portal. We don't really know the mechanics behind it, but they just have a means of taking someone and then just pulling them to some other location, frequently an underground installation. So no sooner had this reptilian raped her and departed than the military pulled her into the underground base and immediately set her to work on a remote viewing operation in the Persian Gulf area. So that tells me one of two things. One, the military, knowing that this woman is a reptilian hybrid and has had a lifetime experience with reptilians, monitored her household. They have sensors that are sensitive enough to indicate when a reptilian manifests. And there is an energetic spike when a reptilian manifests, because they don't need spaceships to travel around in. They can open up a portal in your wall, walk right through. They very often hear stories of them coming out of closets. That's a very common point of entry for reptilians and other beings, where they create a portal entry and they come in through a closet. Children's boogeyman stories are frequently talk about boogeymen and monsters coming out of closets. As I was going to discuss later, Ted Bundy, the infamous serial killer, complained about scaly creatures coming out of his closet when he was a child. So what does that tell me? It tells me that the military was either monitoring the woman, knew a reptilian had come, had sexually assaulted her, and decided to exploit that circumstance and use her in a remote viewing operation. Or it's possible that the reptilian and the military were working in cahoots, and the reptilian came in first, did its thing, and then the military took her and utilized her in this operation. We know things have happened because more than one person has described this kind of experience. Some of the other things that reptilians do to women is they can literally take over the body of a woman while the woman is having sex with a partner. And then what the woman describes is something similar to astral body, out-of-body experiences, where her consciousness will leave her physical body, and this reptilian will then come in and then engage in intercourse with her partner. And oftentimes, the entity taking over the woman's body can get into all kinds of real sordid kink. It can get into all kinds of perverted activities, and the woman is just out of her body, just watching this, saying, "That's not me. I wouldn't do any of those things." So that's also been reported, that they can take over the consciousness, the body of a person while they're having intercourse. Later on, I will explain some of the mechanics and dynamics as far as the hybrid hosting process. For now, just keep in mind that there are some psychics have the ability, when they look at a person, whether they're on TV, out in public, they can literally see a reptilian entity overshadowing the person. We call that person a host because they're wittingly or unwittingly hosting a reptilian entity. So keep that point in mind. It's very important. One of the things that the reptilians also do to women is they, like I said before, they strive to create as much pain and anguish within the people. This could be for male abductees as well. A very common tactic that the reptilians do is they contrive to create a lower back injury. And what this does is it causes that abductee to not only feel physical anguish and physical pain, but emit that energy, emit emotions and energy of suffering, of pain, anguish, and hopelessness. What the reptilians do is they develop strongholds within us. One inevitable byproduct of a lot of these experiences is the abductee will resort to self-medication. I can speak from experience because when I was in high school, I had a lot of abduction experiences. And I know if I had a choice of laying there in bed, and when I was a kid, it was extreme, I'd be laying beneath a veritable mountain of pillows and blankets and stuff with the lights turned on, okay, because I was scared. I didn't know why I was scared. But as I got older in high school, I still didn't realize what was going on, although I was having a lot of experiences. But I knew that if I had a choice of laying in bed, frightened at some nameless fear, or getting drunk and laying there in the room spinning around, I always usually opted for the latter. I'd rather get buzzed out and not worry about it. So addictions, people shouldn't be judged on the fact that they resort to self-medication. It's only because they don't know what's happening, or it's a stress reliever. The reptilians strive to create compulsive behaviors within us. They strive to create self-destructive behaviors with us, whether it's addictions, compulsive behaviors, other self-destructive activities, sexual addictions, whatever the case may be, because all of these things can be utilized by the reptilian to control the person. Isolation and the feelings of isolation is a very effective control mechanism that the reptilians and aliens in general utilize on people. For example, if a woman is having these experiences, but her husband or her significant other is extremely negative about the subject, that tends to make the woman feel even more isolated, even more helpless, even more alone. The ETs and the reptilians will literally manipulate and program her spouse or significant other to even become agitated or angry when the subject comes up. So the end result of that is it pulls out one possible source of emotional support for the woman undergoing these experiences. And, we can see the opposite happening with males going through experiences and the people around them being extremely negative. I was once punched out by my ex-brother-in-law, who I believe, I call him a closet case abductee, just based on the experiences he's had and the things he described to me. I know he's had abductions, but one time, I guess I punched one of his wrong buttons, bringing the subject up, because he just hauled off and slugged me. We got into a good fight, but that's just an example, of a control mechanism. And one thing that you should also realize too is, as abductees, and I know I'm talking to some of you in the audience, certain types of programming is instilled within many abductees to make them become agitated when they hear this information, to make them fall asleep or become sleepy or drowsy. Many times I've been giving lectures and I look over and someone's conked out because the information is such that it triggers a built-in response for the person to fall asleep, so they don't hear the information. Other trigger mechanisms are becoming agitated. Suddenly, the overwhelming compulsion to get up and smoke a cigarette, the overwhelming compulsion to get up and simply leave. All of these things help to keep that abductee isolated and ignorant of information that may help them. One of the more controversial aspects of the reptilian abduction agenda is what is known as the crank program. The ETs and the reptilians create certain programs. There's what's been described as the Palladian New Age La-di-da program, where you come across blonde-haired women who believe that they're Palladian hybrid walk-ins, but they're really just having horrendous reptilian experiences, but they don't realize it because the programming and manipulation is such that they only are allowed to remember pleasant experiences, feel-good experiences. Then there are other programs, such as the crank program. The foremost pioneer in this facet of the reptilian research is my mentor, Barbara Bartholic. Now, most of you are familiar with the problem of crystal meth, also and a derivative known as crank. But many of you may not realize that it is part and parcel of the reptilian abduction agenda. A colleague of mine, I haven't spoken to in a long time, is a guy named George Andrews. And he put together, compiled a book called Drugs and Magic, which is a synopsis of shamanic practices around the world, different cultures, where drugs are utilized in order to expand one's consciousness and to be able to interact and commune with non-human beings, very often interdimensional beings, but sometimes more corporeal beings. Drugs and Magic, if you can find that book, please get it. What the reptilians have done is, through their control of the human reptilian hybrids here on the surface, they have created this crank crystal meth pandemic. The reptilians resonate at a sympathetic frequency with crystal meth and crank. If you've studied the police blotters and the crime histories of people who are on crystal meth and crank, you will find certain commonalities. One, they are prone to like mayhem and berserk, sadistic, violent behavior. If you really peer closely, you'll find that many crank users are into perverse, outrageous sexual practices, including pedophilism and what have you. Because what the crank and crystal meth does is it affects the brain chemistry of the person using the drug. Now, I should mention that many people that are reptilian hybrids or hosts have a genetic predisposition to hosting, or because of the long-term genetic manipulation. But someone who is a crank user or a crystal meth user needn't have that genetic predisposition. Crank use is a fast track to getting possessed, not only by reptilians, but like demonic entities in general. What the spouses and the significant others, the girlfriends of crank users have described is that when their husband or their boyfriend goes into a crank-induced rage, literally sometimes they're like a reptilian lizard-like image just suddenly comes over their face, like overshadows their face. Sometimes their pupils go vertical. Sometimes it manifests in other ways, such as a fascination with more perverse, kinky sex, for example. My mentor, Barbara Barthwick, had spoken to a headhunter in the semiconductor industry in Silicon Valley. This guy was a computer scientist, and his job was to recruit software engineers, software designers in Silicon Valley. As such, he was privy to all kinds of interesting information, including plans to microchip the entire population, but that's another story. What this guy experienced from prolonged crank use was that, and he was an extremely sharp individual. I listened to the audio tape of Barbara's interview with him. What he described is it got to the point where his paranoia was such that the ETs and the reptilians no longer bothered to conceal themselves. They would like flit in and out of reality constantly at all times. It could be at home, it could be driving his car, it could be at the workplace. They would just pop up because, like I said, the reptilians have a sympathetic frequency to the drug crank crystal methyltree. Long-term users begin to resonate at that frequency, and it allows the entities to what I call interface with that person. And as time goes on, this guy, I think his name was Chris, he began having more and more perverse thoughts. It got to the point where the moment he got home from work in the Silicon Valley job, he would get right online onto the computer and start going to the child pornography sites. He couldn't help it. And he realized that he had a problem. And the reason he got a hold of Barbara was my mentor was giving a radio interview, and he happened to be one of the listeners. And he contacted Barbara through the radio program. And another interesting thing that Chris said was he eventually attended a crystal meth support group, like a 12-step group for crystal meth breaking. And privately, amongst themselves, probably not to the counselors because they always lie to them, but amongst themselves, just about every single other crystal meth and crank user described a similar outcome, where they were compelled to go to the child pornography sites, compelled to get involved in that kind of entertainment, if you will. So what it shows is crank allows these negative intelligences to take over a human body, sometimes temporarily, sometimes permanently. And it provides them a medium through which to affect changes here on the surface. There was a case in San Diego, I lived there for many years, where in what we call East County, there was a prankster couple, Hispanic couple. They were babysitting the niece, the woman's niece. And the child was suffering from prolonged abuse from this couple. Finally, it got to the point where they filled up a bathtub with scalding hot water, and then they dropped the baby into it. It was a toddler. And then the skin literally melted off the child. It was horrible. I saw on TV, they brought the couple in to court for an arraignment. And you could just see looking in their eyes, it's like, lights are on, but nobody's home. It's because they had become possessed and taken over. There are countless examples of this. I have a female abductee, my lab friend, who works in a state hospital, essentially an asylum for violent criminals in California. And what the counselors are told over and over again by long-term crank and crystal meth users is they hear voices in their heads. These voices tell them to do things. These voices tell them to harm themselves and harm others. It's such a common thing that it's taken for granted. And let me tell you a story about a personal friend of mine. This guy was a reptilian hybrid through and through. He was really into the Gonzo films where women would be, slapped and abused and carried around in briefcases. That's sort of emblematic of the reptilian mindset. You see, one thing you have to understand about the reptilians is they have this concept of human ownership. The reptilians have a concept of human ownership which manifests across the board. From the literal standpoint of hosting and taking over somebody to organizing global institutionalized sex slavery, all across the board, the reptilians have this concept of human ownership. And this is manifested in a lot of these so-called porn films where, you know, women are abused and women are carried around in briefcases like they're cattle or toys. That's another facet of the reptilian overlordship is the diminution and the marginalization of the feminine principle. Women and children are prey to the reptilians and the reptilian hybrids who, through genetic manipulation, have risen to positions of power here on the surface. And I was warning Joe about all of them. I shouldn't say his name, sorry. Let's call him Phil. I said, I was warning Phil about this. I go, listen, man, you've got all the normal hallmarks. You've had all these experiences and abductions, and you know, you're borderline. You got to watch it. You know what I mean? You got to avoid watching these kinds of videos because it's going to really do a number on your mind. Well, Phil was also a crankster, and he went off on a week-long binge of crank. And the end result of which, when he came down, when it got to the point where he was physically incapable of ingesting any more crank, he kind of was in the process of coming down in a completely paranoid, delusional state of mind, during which he told me that he left his body, he shot up into the sky, he came down in a place that he believed to be somewhere in Los Angeles. He came down into the body of a man in an alleyway. And the moment he got into the body of that man, he lunged after and he struck to death the first woman that happened to be around. So after prolonged crank use, he exits his body, comes down into a man, and he just immediately goes and assaults a woman and presumably kills her. And the way he was describing the experience, it was like he was like reliving the experience. Some of these guys that are reptilian hybrids that have this aspect of dominance over females and sadomasochism and dominance and submission. When you hear them talk about women, red flags pop up. Like, when I see a great-looking gal, wow, she's a great-looking gal, right? Look at her eyes. Now, someone who's like a reptilian hybrid, full-on reptilian hybrid, their reaction is entirely different. Hey, yeah, you see that chick? She was a great-looking gal, wasn't he? Oh, yeah, I saw her. What I would do to her. You see the difference? You see the mindset where another guy can look at a gal and have this, wow, aesthetic beauty. Look at her, God's creation. Someone else who's a hybrid with this reptilian concept of human ownership, what I do with her, you know, it's a different mindset. But you have to be aware that you gals especially, these reptilians and the humans they work through, they can be very charismatic, they can be very charming. But I really believe that a lot of times the reason some of you gals are seemingly addicted to negative, abusive guys is because of the reptilian hybrid male's ability to manipulate your kundalini. A reptilian human hybrid has the ability to astral travel at will. They can astrally rape people. Like, some of you gals meet some guy here, and then like a week or a few days later, he starts coming into your dreams and having intercourse with you. That's very common. I call them astral rape toys. And the ones who do this repetitively, I call serial rape toys. It is an innate capability that reptilian human hybrids have. Not all of them, some of them, because some of them are literally coached and taught how to do this by their reptilian familiars. They can see into these other dimensions, and I mean, you can see nobody around them, but they can see reptilians around them, and they will teach these hybrids to do these things. So a lot of gals, if you get like involved with a really negative, abusive guy, chances are he's probably one of these reptilian human hybrids. A reptilian human hybrid has the ability to stimulate a woman from across the table or across the room. He has the ability, and the woman will just think, wow, chemistry, things are really flowing between us. It's like that's an ability, a latent ability that person has. So just be aware of it. They're everywhere. I'm here to tell you. Some of the byproducts that female abductees have. How much time have I got left? Half an hour? Okay. I'll really give you the hardcore stuff now. I'm just getting warmed up. Some of the byproducts that women experience that have these reptilian experiences are, like I said, a heightened libido for a short, certain period of time, but also their olfactory senses can be manipulated by the reptilian. Many of these reptilians are very possessive of their human female abductees. They don't want anyone, not even a human boyfriend, a human male, having anything to do with this woman. Again, it's that reptilian concept of human ownership. I've known of boyfriends who've been attacked by reptilians. Guys in the shower, taking a shower, and next thing you know, reptilian pops up, claws him, right? It's because the boyfriend is involved. What the reptilian believes is it's mate. So one of the ways the reptilian gets around that is it manipulates the olfactory senses of the female abductee to the point where she's repulsed by male human pheromones. She just can't stand the smell of them, doesn't want to be around any humans at all, human males rather. Now, conversely, what can happen to human females that have reptilian experiences, the reptilians, they could be a part of the agenda where they want the woman to have other partners. In fact, sometimes have frequent partners. It's not unusual for women that are having these experiences through no fault of their own, and there's no shame attached, but sometimes they become very promiscuous. And not surprising considering what's been going on. So what the reptilians can do, because like I said, they feed off the energy of people having sexual intercourse. They can manipulate the scent of the human female to the point where she becomes irresistible to all human males. She can go to the store, the supermarket, check out, and the cashier, the bagger boy, they're all just sniffing her, and they're just all become enamored with her instantly. This could last for days and weeks. Where everywhere she goes, everyone just falls in love with her. This speaks an extraordinary understanding and control of the humans by the reptilians and other aliens. It means that they have a thorough understanding of our physiology, of our neurology. Barbara Bartholick and I always laugh at all these efforts at all these UFO groups. We're going to gain contact with the ETs. We're going to form a UFO group, and we're going to, form a contact group. Well, obviously, from what I've been telling you, that the ETs and the reptilians have already come in contact with us. So it's academic to try to form a group to make contact with the ETs. They've been contacting us. They've been manipulating us. It's always been like that. Now, I've told you a bit about how reptilians operate as far as a vis-a-vis human woman. Let me talk to you a bit about how reptilians will create a serial murderer. And again, the reptilians have attained control of the surface through the manipulation and control of the human gene pool, imbuing certain characteristics and behaviors within human hybrids that will advance their agenda, both on a family scale and a societal global scale. What the reptilians do with a male reptilian hybrid is gradually, over a period of time, they can turn that person into a pedophile or a serial murderer, or they can even change the sexual orientation of a given abductee. Now, please don't hear what I didn't say. I didn't say that the reptilian is a gay person is gay because the reptilians made him gay. No. In some cases, though, as I'll point out in a moment, the reptilians can manipulate someone sexually, physically, and so forth, and cause them to not only change their orientation, but in extreme cases also to have a sex change operation. Barbara Bartholick has worked with a number of guys who, over a period of time, eventually change sexes. Now, how is this done? Now, The reptilians hold a tactical high ground. And the reason for that is we have to sleep. Whereas reptilians operate for all intents and purposes, a timeless realm. Many of them are interdimensional in nature. What a reptilian will do to a male in our example is the reptilian will enter into the body of a male and quickly take over his astral dreamscape. The reptilian will eroticize the dreamscape, pervert the dreamscape. Let me give you an example. The guy finds himself in a dream. He's walking around in an empty household. No furniture. He's walking around wondering what he's doing there, what's going on. He walks into a room and suddenly he sees a gal sitting on a recliner, an easy chair. And then she suddenly poses in such a way that is sexually provocative. He immediately gets the impression that she wants to have intercourse with him. So, like most randy males, he positions himself in such a way as to engage in intercourse with her. The moment in the dream, remember, the reptilian is inside of his body. The ethereal body of a reptilian is penetrated a sleeping human, it's taken over the astral dreamscape. And now the guy is at the point where he's about to engage in intercourse with a woman. And the moment he initiates intercourse, the reptilian sodomizes him from behind. And very often, at the same time that he initiates intercourse with a dream woman, not only does he get sodomized from behind, but the object of his desires morphs, shapeshifts into something entirely repulsive. It turns into his sister, his daughter, into a hermaphroditic type being with characteristics of both sexes. He wakes up, oh my God, right? He's feeling this icky, tingly body, icky, tingly sensation all over his body, from his toes all the way to the top of his head. What's happening is that's the entity. He's feeling the entity. And then he may see like a dark shadow, a dark cloud above him. And then the entity will gradually start to leave his body. And that will manifest in the form of this icky, tingly feeling in his arms, back of his neck, and what have you. He thinks nothing of it. It's just some weird dream. He shuts off the experience in that back shelf labeled, don't worry about it, too weird. Let's say the next night or 2 nights later, he has a similar dream. He's about to engage in intercourse with another dream lover. And the moment he begins to initiate intercourse, once again, he's sodomized from behind. And once again, the entity the person he's about to have sex with, shapeshift into something that he's totally repulsed by. Now you can imagine if this process continues for days and weeks, sometimes months, is it any surprise that the guy develops a sexual dysfunction? Is it any surprise that the guy develops erectile dysfunction? Because in his mind, he's made a cognitive association between heterosexual sex on the one hand and extreme rectal pain on the other, and like all these fears of horror and shame in between. Now there are variations of this. Sometimes he will find himself with a gal who's the object of his dreams, and he may not be sodomized, but what'll happen is, see, there's a parallel physical, sexual, paraphysical manipulation that's going on within the human. The reptilian is manipulating him at all these different levels, psychologically, sexually, physically. For example, he may have a dreamscape experience where he's just surrounded with extraordinarily beautiful women who all want to have sex with him. And he'll look down and he's suitably feeling randy, and he may be hugging or caressing a woman. Next thing you know, that woman shapeshifts into a little child, and then the voice in his head, which is the reptilian, is telling him, "Go ahead." And he's already excited. He's already fully aroused from what happened moments before. But now, instead of a beautiful woman in his arms, it's a small child. It could be his own daughter. And the message in his mind is, "Go ahead. Nobody's going to know. Go ahead and do it. You want to do it, don't you?" Okay, now let's expand upon that further. As I said earlier, Ted Bundy was one of many people. Did this thing turn off or what? That's a 95, by the way, see. Oh, well. The point I'm making is there are physical characteristics which are common amongst reptilian hybrids and serial murderers and pedophiles in particular. You always hear, you always hear these, oh, shoot. You always hear these FBI profilers and these psychologists saying that, oh, serial murderer, there's no way you can tell who they are. They look like everybody else. Complete nonsense. Okay, there are notable physical characteristics. Andre Chikatilo, I think I'm pronouncing his name correctly. Now, take a look at the features, okay? Hooded eyelids, very often pronounced brow above the eyebrows. High set cheekbones, very often eyes sunk deep in the eye sockets. Okay. Now, who was Andre Chikatilo? Well, he killed upwards of 300 children in Moscow, devoured many of them. Okay. Now, I'm running out of time here, but there's something you have to understand. The reptilian overlordship and the reptilian control of the human gene pool makes such horrors as institutionalized global sex slavery, satanic rituals, what goes on at the Bohemian Grove, so on and so forth. It makes it understandable because during these, like satanic rituals, for example, these human reptilian hybrids, they're having intercourse. They're having sex orgies with decapitated bodies and disemboweled bodies laying around. Now, to you or I, that's extraordinarily repulsive and horrifying. But to them, it's exactly the opposite. Reptilian human hybrids and serial killers in particular, they get off on inflicting sadistic pain onto others. It's part of the reptilian concept of human ownership. They get off on inflicting pain. They get off on torturing and killing. Ted Bundy, I'll show a picture of him if I get this mouse working. Ted Bundy, he would be strangling, that's John Wayne Gacy. Well, since I got him up, let me tell you a story. You're probably familiar with his story. Look at, once again, hooded eyelids. In some pictures, you'll see a more pronounced brow, a ridge over his eyebrows. High set cheekbones. He used to kill and murder little boys and bury them underneath his living room in his house in Chicago. Well, there was a kid who had a very unusual, bizarre pastime. His name was Jason Moss, and he wrote a book called The Last Victim. And Jason Moss used to become pen pals with serial killers like John Wayne Gacy and Richard Ramirez and Jeffrey Dahmer. Now, Jason Moss actually got to visit John Wayne Gacy in his prison cell. Now, keep in mind that was probably the first time John Wayne Gacy had been alone with a young boy, a teenager, since he was doing all the murders. Up to that point in prison, Gacy was the only male contact he had was with his lawyer, prison guards, what have you. Well, anyway, Jason Moss, this stupid kid, goes and sees him in the prison cell. The moment he was alone with John Wayne Gacy, Gacy switched, and he started approaching Jason Moss and said, "I'm going to bend you over, F you in your ass, and your blood's going to just leak all over the place," right? And he began reaching down, fondling himself. John Wayne Gacy was fondling himself. Guess what? Nothing. Because he's dysfunctional. Impotent. So some of the things that I mentioned earlier, some of the dynamics involved, were perfectly exemplified in his case, where the first time he'd ever been around a young boy since all his murders, he switches. And you have to understand also that these reptilian human hybrids, they equate sexual gratification with inflicting pain and torture on others. It's all intermeshed with them, okay? And psychologists bend over backwards to say, oh, it's just a psychological aberration, it's just a psychological disorder. No, there's a genetic basis for it. And some some FBI profilers are starting to catch on to that. Okay, Richard Ramirez, high set cheekbones, eye set deep in the eye sockets. He was hailing and farewelling Satan before he went off to Disneyland, if you remembered what happened in court. Jason Moss was a pen pal of his. Now, I mentioned earlier these astral rape toys, serial rape toys. What they can do is they can get to know you just on the internet. They can exchange an email or two with you, but by so doing, they forge the psychic link with you, and they can immediately start coming into your dreamscape, rape you, sodomize you, just terrify you, various and sundry ways. Well, Jason Moss was writing him letters, thereby forging that psychic bond. Pretty soon, he started coming into Jason Moss's dreamscape, bending him over, trying to strangle him. I think he probably tried to do more than that. But it just shows you that what I've described has been independently described by others. Okay? He has that ability to astrally leave his body and try to assault somebody who he's only been in pen pal contact with. This is like, I don't know if they have emails anyway, but it was just through letter writing that Jason Moss had maintained communications with this guy. Personally, I'd say get a life. It's just crazy, crazy hobby. Ted Bundy. Okay, here's a good picture. Pronounced brow over his eyebrows, high set cheekbones. He used to, like many serial murderers, either into ligature, strangling, or they're into blunt force trauma to the skull. He was both of these. He liked to try to have intercourse with his victims and strangle them and watch the life go out of their eyes. That turned him on. At the moment of them dying while he was trying to have intercourse with them, he would actually come back to the dump sites where the bodies were months or years later and sexually gratify himself over the decomposed skull or the skulls of his victims. Okay? Again, it's inhuman. It's just appalling. That's precisely my point. It's inhuman. To describe his behavior merely as some kind of psychological aberration or disorder is way off the mark. Well, I'm running out of time here. How much time have I got? 7 minutes. Well, I'm supposed to leave you with a feel-good thing at the end so you don't leave here with indigestion. So I never got around to talk about my lab. Shoot. Well, if you want to talk to me out there sometime before I leave, feel free to talk to me because I have a lot of information about military abductees. In short, they're used as multitask platforms by the deep black elements of the military because many of them are hybrids themselves, reptilian hybrids, but also the Greys and the mantis beings and other ET races have been tampering with the genetics of all these people. They've developed these innate abilities. Sometimes they don't even know they have these abilities. And one quick thing about hosting is a person isn't necessarily hosted by a reptilian. The mantis beings, the Greys, can also host people. Sometimes a troll-like looking demon entity can host people. So it varies. And not only that, though, but some people, we call them a collective. They can be hosted by multiple entities, which is very confusing to a psychic, because one moment they look over and the gal's sitting there and there's a reptile overshadowing her. 10 minutes later, the psychic looks over, now it's a mantis being. Okay? So again, these people have a genetic predisposition which allows them to be a host for these various entities. Okay, now how does this all tie together with a reptilian overlordship in the New World Order? Well, some of you are probably familiar with David Icke's work. Long before David Icke arrived on the scene, shapeshifting had been described by abductees. Very often, reptilians in particular would assume the guise of other aliens, very often blonde Nordic type aliens. Sometimes they would appear as tall Greys wearing robes. Other times reptilians would appear as military personnel. So the concept of shapeshifting has been well established in the abduction literature long before David Icke popped up. Now, how does this all tie in? Well, once again, through the control of the human gene pool, the reptilians on a family scale and on a macro scale have ensured that their reptilian human hybrids, some of them with quite advanced psychic abilities, have attained positions of power, not necessarily up front publicly, but in positions of power throughout all strata of society. And we see the bitter fruits of this all around us. We are one more false flag tango operation, as they say, from watching this whole country go to hell in a handbasket. We are very close. So this is a reptilian agenda. It's not just power mad, power hungry human beings. And here's my thought I'd like to leave you. Barbara Bartholic was trained by a master hypnotherapist named Dr. Curtis Reeves. Dr. Curtis Reeves had trained psychologists, psychiatrists, and doctors around the world in hypnotherapy, and Barbara learned from him. Long before Chet Snow, Dr. Curtis Reeves did what he called future progressions. You've all heard of past life regressions, but he actually would hypnotize somebody and then progress them into a future incarnation. Now, those of you that are fundamentally inclined, you can just tune this out. But for those of you that are open to this, in case after case that Dr. Reeves worked with in these future progressions, what the individual described as a future society was a place where there was no more laughter. People were trained and educated and intelligent enough just to operate computers. The air was so polluted, they all lived in dome cities. There was no more spontaneity, no more individuality, no more, not even any more laughter. And in case after case after case of these future progressions, this outcome always came up. Now, what I'd like to suggest to you is that needn't be our fate. What's been described as planetary confinement is part of the control mechanism. These deep black aerospace agencies have hoarded this alien technology for decades. I mean, we're still pumping gas into primitive combustion-driven engines. How pathetic is that? Now, what I see is a small percentage of the surface population, a small percentage, mostly my lab people, because they have the capabilities to pull this off. I believe in 1 or 2 generations, some of our descendants will not only gain our total personal sovereignty and freedom, but we will eventually get off this rock. Our destiny is a cosmos, but there has to be a parallel spiritual development. We cannot just obtain the technology and go off into the cosmos, because without that spiritual foundation, then we'll become the abductors. Then we'll go around genetically manipulating with native populations on different worlds. I believe it's our destiny not only to go out into the cosmos, and why should this sound any more crazy than everything else has happened up till now? Think about it, okay? Not only is it our destiny to leave this rock, but to go out into the cosmos and to help other civilizations that are subject of this sort of predation that I've been describing today. I believe it's our destiny to go around as the white knights of the universe to prevent what's going on here from happening elsewhere. So I'd just like to leave you with a thought. Thank you for listening patiently. I really appreciate it.
I've heard people suggest that there's the bad reptiles and there's also the good ones. Have you heard of that, or you think that's disinfo?
Yes. I only focus on the really negative ETs because they're the ones causing all the problems. Likewise for the reptilians. However, from some of the my labs that I know, there are what we refer to as messengers, where reptilian beings will appear to certain abductees, frequently my labs, and impart some message. Very often, unfortunately, it's a cryptic, obscure message that you have to scratch our heads and try to figure out. But very often, this happens to certain my labs, and sometimes it seems that the reptilians that appear like this, they actually, I don't know if it's for effect or there's pretending, but sometimes they really act in a way that they are sorry that the person has to go through all these things. So I've heard that there are some reptilians that, if not outright hostile, are at least benign.
Since during your talk you really had to gloss and almost skip over the MyLab area, could you expand a little bit on that and give us a little background on exactly what a MyLab is and so forth?
A MyLab stands for military abductee. It's a term coined by Dr. Helmut Lammer of Austria. Now, unfortunately, Dr. Lammer believes that whenever a MyLab describes seeing aliens, it's the result of some drug-induced mind control. Okay, but what characterizes a MyLab is that a MyLab is a legitimate alien abductee first, who then becomes embroiled in this deep black military program where their physical and innate paraphysical abilities are utilized, and they are utilized as covert operatives. It depends on the aptitude of the individual. Some person could be used as like a chemist or as a scientist in an underground lab. Very often the military controllers will either verbally tell a person straight up or mind control them into taking courses which allow them to become like first responders, like EMTs, paramedics, firefighters. I don't want to blow the cover all the people out there that are firefighters, EMTs, and paramedics that are actually MyLabs. But you see, there's a pragmatism involved. The deep black military controllers are loath to lose these people they've mind controlled and utilized for so long. Many MyLabs have been trained and given virtual reality training scenarios where they're supposed to try to escape from an apocalyptic scenario on the surface, either all-out nuclear war, germ warfare, some natural calamity, missile attack, whatever the case may be. Many MyLabs have been trained in escape and evasion. They've been trained in weapons, what have you. So, in fact, I know one MyLab woman, her 2 daughters are also in this program, and the military has told her she has to, when the time comes, make her youngest daughter dress up and appear as a boy. That way it'll keep the kid from getting kidnapped, because it appears that the military controllers foresee a time in this country where what's going on in southeastern Europe, Ukraine, elsewhere, where thousands, hundreds of thousands of women and children are being rounded up and sold off as sex slaves, they foresee a time when that's going to happen here. And so they're loath to see these people that they've been training. They're not doing it for altruistic reasons. They don't want their assets messed with. Now, it seems to me that since these sex slavery rings are also after little boys, I don't know how good or effective disguising a little girl into a little boy will be, okay? But they're also used as multitask platforms. For example, satellites have inherent limitations. An overhead imagery satellite is launched out of Vandenberg Air Force Base. It goes into polar orbit, and they wait, for that part of the Earth to spin beneath it. It's not like in the movies where they can just send these overhead imagery satellites everywhere. They have to just wait till the part of the Earth rotates beneath them before they can start the imagery. Well, MyLabs that I refer to as astral operators, they don't have such limitations. They can be sent anywhere, astrally, underground, above ground. For example, one of the female MyLabs that I know, she was frequently sent into the tunnels around in Afghanistan. Now, they knew precisely where to send them because it was the Saudi bin Laden group on behalf of the CIA that was building all these tunnels in Afghanistan during, the Soviet occupation. So they would send these astral operators into these tunnels, and then they'd identify the military controller handling the astral operator through some kind of means, some kind of link. They boost their thoughts directly into the MyLab. And the MyLab will report back, yeah, I see several people here. And next thing you know, Earth penetrating ordnance comes in and just kills all the people that were in these tunnels. Now, what they probably do to doctor the source of the intel is that, through channels, they make it seem as if the intel came from somewhere else, not from MyLabs. And so a strike aircraft is sent out, they deploy some Earth penetrating ordnance, and they kill those people. And they're there watching this explosion, and they're not harmed at all. In fact, the MyLab controller has to tell them, you won't get hurt. Just tell us what you're seeing, report back, and whammo, ordnance comes in, wipes them out. Now, there's another type of astral operator. In surface military ops, you have what are known as command and control ships. It's not unusual for like a command and control in a helicopter or airborne platform to be relaying instructions to ground personnel and serve as a comm link between headquarters and wherever and the troops on the ground. Well, astral operators are utilized in the same way. There could be one astral operator that the military controller is talking and working through, and that astral operator is psychically linked with a number of other astral operators, searching all these tunnels all at once. So they've developed that capability. And the people that are telling me these stories are, you would see them in a supermarket, you would think nothing of them. You would just think housewife, right? But and these are people that Candy Turner called UFO virgins. They don't go to conferences. They don't listen to George Norrie. They don't read UFO books. Okay, so there's none of this contamination you always hear about. The military is also, and I'm only talking about a particular military program. There are a number of military MyLab programs running in parallel, and although some of the training techniques and operations are similar, okay, because all branches of the service, Army, Navy, Air Force, they control MyLabs. One of the things that they've managed to do is, within the psychic field of the astral operator, they've created this grid system where the astral operator is floating above, say, some village in Afghanistan or Iraq, or some other innocent people are about to be wiped out. By a coded designation grid system, the MyLab can adjust fire, say like artillery fire or ordnance is coming in. The astral operator can report back to her controller, no, it needs to go to G3 or whatever that square in the grid is. So in the field of vision of the astral operator, the military can literally create like a grid screen, which they use to coordinate and direct fire, which is really no different than the forward observer would for strike aircraft or for artillery, just a psychic way of doing it. Some of them are. And what's interesting is some MyLabs are given, I don't want to say a wide degree of latitude, but some of them are allowed to walk around these underground installations basically unmolested. It's very common for a MyLab to wake up and find himself in a clinical type setting, lab coat personnel with a clipboard, nurses, medical personnel looking over them. Sometimes they get up and walk around the facility and they see military person. Very often they see other MyLabs walking around in smocks, hospital gowns. Sometimes MyLabs will describe being in tunnel systems, underground installations, and tram systems underground where the place is just teeming with other MyLabs, where they're all just like herded along, all zombied out and mind controlled. Some with more awareness than others. Some retain an astonishing degree of awareness, MyLabs do, compared to others. Okay, and then they'll be herded on the trams and sent off to this place or that place. Also, I believe what happens is it's not only a physical thing. I believe that astrally, many of these MyLabs are taken in these mass MyLab settings, but they're really in astral form. I think that it's done to familiarize themselves, familiarize them with the installations. You see, our astral bodies are just as real as our physical bodies. I had an experience where there was this ET entity. It was so comical, the image this entity presented. It was a short, grayish-looking entity with a rumpled face, and I kid you not, it had like a nurse's hat on, and it had a crooked wig. Corny as it sounds, is true. And I was laying on this table, and it was just like I was in a doctor's office. I was fussing. I didn't want this entity to mess with me, right? So it grabbed me in a place which I don't mention in order to subdue me. And then the moment I calmed down from that, it off injection right in my upper left bicep. And I remember getting off the table, walking outside of the clinic, and then I remember feeling the puncture wound on my left bicep with my index finger. It was real. Then the phone starts ringing in my bedroom. And I'm thinking, okay, I'm over in this other place feeling this puncture with my index finger, and yet the phone is ringing. So I'm either in two places at once or something weird is happening. So I woke up, answered the phone, it was an abductee friend of mine. Now, the long and the short of it was, there was no longer any puncture wound on my left bicep, but the pain still lingered as if I really was injected. So that tells me that these energies, and also what abductees will describe as their astral bodies are taken out, medically experimented on. It's all density, frequency, and vibration. Remember, Tesla said with resonance, everything is possible. These entities, various entities, apparently understand this to a degree that boggles our mind. But anyway, these people will be taken astrally out of their bodies, medically experimented on, and in the same places the astral bodies were experimented on, they wake up with bruises on their physical bodies. So, I don't even try to explain that. I just know that it happens. So the point I'm making is the deep black elements of the military know that humans have this ethereal astral capability, and they utilize them as these astral operators, for lack of a better term.
I had another question related exactly to that. I understand there's government research along these lines and being able to extract a person's soul from their body, kind of like to create a zombie or whatnot, but that they've created some kind of electromagnetic containment or something, and they're able to contain a soul in a container.
Yeah, some kind of Faraday cage to retain the consciousness of the soul matrix.
And so do you think there's any relation to those kinds of things in relation to my labs? Of course, the whole mind control thing is one thing, but just in terms of the so-called secret government's soul research and what they're planning on doing with that.
That's what's troubling. I know that the deep black elements of the military have always strived to duplicate the capabilities of the aliens. Now, we know from that ET groups, the Greys and the Reptilians, have the ability, if you read the Ted Rice story, Ted Rice was another protege of Barbara Bartholik's. He describes being abducted, being given, he was a child at the time, given a potion to drink, and then basically killed him. And when he was in the process of dying, the entity somehow transferred his consciousness into a black box. They hooked up these wires from the black box to his body, made him drink this thing, basically killed him, and then they somehow pulled his consciousness into this black box. They then brought in a clone body of himself, and then they transferred that consciousness, his consciousness, into the clone body. And then, as a byproduct of that, all of the one-time childhood diseases you're only supposed to get once, chickenpox, what have you, he came down with them again. Okay.
So what year was that? About?
This is when Ted Rice was a kid. He's in his 50s now, so probably like in the 50s or the 60s or something. But in fact, his family was there when he was returned. He was returned by what appeared to be a tornado with all these lights coming out of it, and suddenly there he was when they'd been looking for him for hours. Okay, but the military's always strived to duplicate the technology and the capabilities of the aliens. So I'm sure, in their own demented way, the deep black military is trying to do exactly what you're describing. Because you have to remember, these people aren't restrained by things like morals or scruples or what's right or what's wrong. I have to laugh when I hear people say, well, we have laws against human cloning, it'll never be done. Is that going to stop deep black elements of the military intelligence community who've already done radiation experiments and all horrendous things to people?
Yes, we have this awareness that we have these operatives around us, and so we can identify them. Is resistance futile?
No, that's kind of like the thing I finished up my talk with. I think that my labs are probably the best suited to survive the coming cataclysms because they've been trained to. I mean, some of the female my labs, I know you don't want to cross them. They're just pretty hardcore. But what's happening is a lot of these my labs are also, you have to understand that they go through guilt trips. I mean, if they have a clear memory of helping to call in artillery fire to wipe out people in the village, I mean, there's some my labs that are proud of that. There's some my labs of the fact that, yeah, I get to kill people, I'm an assassin. But there's many others who don't like how they're being used. They just don't have a choice in the matter. I don't don't know if I answered your question, but oh no, that's about it. Yeah, thank you for sticking around. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'd like to get a hold of some of the other ones too. I haven't seen any of them.
Around sending out all you guys.
Oh, I can give you my. Now more than ever, people need to go within and plug into that cellular memory, plug into divine source, catch as much as possible for the matrix. Hello again, everybody. This is James Bartley, and you're listening to Bartley's Commentaries on the Cosmic Wars. The title of my commentary today is Meet the Reptilians. And I'm calling it that because it's a good point in time to talk about how the reptilian overlordship for these many millennia had, for the most part, worked sub rosa, undercover, underground, literally at times, and a lot of times. And they would have their arcane, occulted language, symbolism, iconography that was unique and personal to them. Serpent Brotherhood, reptilian overlordship. Now it's so much in your face, but it's a good point to talk about how, for those of us who've actually had encounters with the reptilians, what we've learned about our encounters with the reptilians, all their different powers and abilities, how they've used this understanding of frequency resonance, mind manipulation, energetic manipulation, genetic manipulation, et cetera, pharmacological intervention, let's say. All of that and much more have their roots in the reptilians themselves, their intentions, their capabilities, how they've used genetic hybridization to attain control of this planet, how they work through and exert control through the use of cosmic vassals, different ET groups that essentially do the bidding of the reptilians, do a lot of the heavy lifting, and beings that the reptilians are in some kind of alliance with the mantis beings, for example, and how beings at a much higher level, I believe, in some instances, not in all, but in some instances, how the reptilians, the mantis, and other beings, something above them is pulling their strings. So we're seeing a lot of this stuff play out on the physical plane in a very reptilian, fear-driven atmosphere and environment. So what I'm going to do is, and this may sound basic to a lot of my longtime listeners, many of whom have had all kinds of experiences, know firsthand what it's like dealing with the reptilians and the deep black, weird science, ET interdimensional world. But it bears repeating. I'm going to not only draw parallels, but I'm also going to show where there's a lot of like enmeshment, how that world intersects with the surface world to create what we're seeing now. In the last 18 months, everything seems to just have gone to hell in a handbasket. It's all been very orchestrated and contrived, and it's all very reptilian. And we're seeing that with the whole AI transhumanist agenda, the Baphomet androgynous transhumanist, increasingly cybernetic AI agenda. We're seeing it all play out because that's eventually what's expected to supplant the the deal, for the most part, and I don't say this spitefully or in a sense of elitism, because we were all at different stages of our journey, but so much of the human race has been genetically de-evolved, if that's correct English. And we're shown this in cinema. I've talked about this before, but the classic movie, which I found at the children's section back when they had video stores, if you remember back in those days, VHS tapes, right, that you'd run out. And I came across in the children's section of a video store, the Super Mario Brothers, right? And spoiler alert, I talked about this in the past, but it is germane to our discussion today. It's about reptilians controlling this parallel reality, and a lot of it is going on underground, and how the machinations in this parallel reality underground cavern system, control system, how the agenda on the part of the ruling reptilians, right? Dennis Hopper in this case, how eventually they want to come to the surface and completely take over, blatantly, openly take over. Well, in that movie, they punish malefactors, like humans held in captivity, because that's what you see is a lot of humans held in cages and underground, and a total slum kind of tent city kind of society of humans in this underground tunnel system society, civilization. And reptilians control the place. It's all their security. These so-called Goombas, right? These big reptilians who are really dumb, but smart enough to be, security forces. And for humans who continue to be malefactors, malcontents, and basically don't obey the rules, what they do is they sit them down in a chair. They place this kind of like a cone-like device over their head. I mean, think about like the old school women's beauty salons where they put that, I don't know what it is, dryer thing on women's heads in the old days. Well, in the movie Super Mario Brothers, they lower this thing over the head of the human malefactor. They fire up the mechanism, and it energizes the hell out of the person sitting in the chair with a thing over their head. And it, in the words of Dennis Hopper, the head reptilian, he says it de-evolves them, right? So when they lift the head covering thing up, instead of like a human sitting there, the human malefactor, now it's a Goomba, a dumb reptilian, not smart enough to run the place, but smart enough to be security. He becomes known as a Goomba, right? The old Italian, you're a Goomba, right? And it's all about de-evolution, de-evolving, and sadly, unfortunately, the masses of humanity today have been de-evolved, quite frankly, to the point where they're just incapable of independent thought, incapable of critical analysis, cut off essentially from the heart center, from a shame-based upbringing, traumatic, repeated traumas, lifetime after lifetime in some cases, and then having to overcome what amounts to an obstacle course of narcissistic, entity-infested people at key junctures in one's life, starting with the family unit in many cases, or friends of the family, or extended family that create trauma within an individual. So all of that combined, and also on top of that, the indoctrination, the lobotomizing effect of the school system, the media, academia, Babylon, Hollywood, et cetera, it just really de-evolves people. And so all this is part of this reptilian agenda plan. I'm going to go over point by point, points that I made in many of my lectures and in some of my webinars that I've done, where I go over different facets of how the reptilians exert control individually and society-wide. And then I'm going to point out how those forms of control are once again manifesting themselves in the world we see around us today. And they are manifesting on a planetary scale. You've often heard me refer to all of this as being a frequency war. The reptilians, the Draco, and a number of other ET/interdimensional/subterranean races, they're not mutually exclusive, as I've said many times. Some of these species are masters of frequency and resonance, and that's an important point to understand. If you want to hear me go into detail about how reptilians, Draco in particular, the Draco being the winged gargoyle reptilians, how they utilize frequency and resonance within the context of an alien abduction, the rape of a human female in our example, the astral dreamscape manipulation, the taking up somebody as a host, etc., etc. You can find that information in my lectures, some of my previous commentaries and podcasts, and in some of the webinars I've given, right? So I'm not going to go into details about that. Suffice it to say, even on an individual, localized level, it is quite easy for reptilians and Draco, the Dracs, to alter their density, alter their frequency, so as to comfortably inhabit somebody either with a genetic, indeed spiritual predisposition to being taken up as a host because of a preponderance of reptilian DNA, because of the long-term reptilian Draco genetic manipulation of their family tree, of their bloodline. But also the ability to utilize frequencies to alter brainwave patterns, to manipulate the endocrinary system in order to engender the release of certain hormones from specific glands. In order to induce certain feelings, emotions, even enhance the psychic abilities, etc., etc. And all that information is out there. I'm not the only one that's talked about this, although you can find a lot of this information, like I said, in my previous podcast, commentaries, lectures, and some of the webinars that I've done, where it's just me and I'm sitting there and I'm doing a PowerPoint slideshow, point by point. And you'll get a lot of this detail in my lectures. And generally my lectures, when it's just me and I'm not part of a conference where I'm only allocated like 60 minutes or 90 minutes, typically my lectures run 3.5, 4 hours with a break, okay? So what I'm going to talk about is, in general, how frequency and resonance is coming to play now. And it all ties in with the fact that these reptilians Draco and other beings are able to manipulate us sight unseen. They're able to coexist side by side or literally within us if they momentarily or for longer stretches take us up as host or attach themselves, to our auric fields because of variety of factors, addictions, porn addictions, alcoholism, drug abuse, et cetera, et cetera. Their ability to engender OCD thought loops, their ability to engender various psychological pathologies, strong emotions, feelings, obsessive thought patterns. All of that comes into play. All of these archontic, or at any rate, many of these archontic beings of various stripes, intentional or otherwise, seem to work in sync, in harmony, if you will, with all these other negative archontic beings. The reptilian Draco overlordship, through their hybridized bloodlines, their takeover, starting with the Rockefeller medical takeover, how they brought sorcery, literal sorcery, and cruel and inhumane practices into the so-called medical field, right? How that played a key role right up until the present time and going forward. Right now, I'm going to share with you some information a colleague had shared with me about discussions my colleague has had with someone who's been double stabbed, okay? And I'm reading from the notes that my colleague had sent me, and then I will elaborate. And when I elaborate, those are my thoughts, those are my feelings, my observations, not my colleagues, okay? So I want to stress that, okay? Although my colleague and I are pretty much on the same page about just about everything, right? But I want to be careful not to put words into my colleague's mouth, even though my colleague will be anonymous. Okay, here are some notes. My notes on engaging with my double-stabbed friend. Bullet point, body feels heavy, quote unquote. Bullet point, brain fog, confusion, feeling disconnected from themselves and others, feeling fragmented. One could also point out the apparent contradiction between, body feeling heavy, but also feeling disconnected. What I would interpret that, and this is just me again, of being disembodied. It's like their physical body feels leaden, very heavy, sluggish, but emotionally, mentally, it's a complete head situation where they're in their head space, which I've said many times is a happy hunting ground for all these entities that Jerry Marzinski, Sherry Sweeney, and myself and others talk about. Okay, the body feels heavy, brain fog, confusion, feeling disconnected from themselves and others, fragmented. Bullet point, disconnected from source, only able to connect with great effort, but the feeling of being shut off from source persists. Constant headache, fog feeling over the head area, old vices and addictions resurfacing, unable to concentrate, addiction to phone and TV, feels electricity in body, very important considering everything that we've heard about as far as the nanogel, the nanolipids, the AI bot aspect, the graphene, et cetera, feels electricity in body, feels connected to Wi-Fi devices, almost like a direct input. Places of previous injury in the body are painful. So old injuries which seem to have healed over time or became non-factors, well, because there's a latent vulnerability there, and because the graphene and everything else zeroes in on the latent vulnerabilities, whatever is wrong with the anatomy of the person internally. These stabs, these treatments go right for those places and create problems in formerly resolved or healed or rectified problem areas, right? Okay. This is interesting. Craving for sugar and high salt foods. I can't help but remember that or recall that movie with Barbara Eden, one of my favorite old school actresses, I Dream of Jeannie, right? And she was in a movie called this, what was it called? The Stranger Within Me. I think that was what it was called. Spoiler alert. Basically, she gets pregnant. Husband and her think it's a normal pregnancy. The baby seems to be growing inside of her at a fantastic rate. She begins to speak some odd, unknown language. Begins to act very strange and act out in very bizarre, aberrant ways. And then, get this, she starts to have a craving for butcher's offal, you know, the stuff that the butchers kind of toss aside, the guts, the, you know, all the other stuff that just doesn't make it into the butcher's section, right? The deli meat department. Anyway, she develops a craving for that, topped off with lots and lots of salt. I mean, she'll just pour heaps of salt, normal table salt, not even sea salt or Himalayan salt, just salt, right? Pour heaps of it onto some, you know, inner gut kind of thing from the butchers, and she would eat it raw, okay? Now, it turned out, spoiler alert again, that she was one of many other women who were similarly impregnated, and then at the end of the movie, her and a bunch of other women who've already given birth by then, they're carrying their newborn out to a clearing in the woods where a spaceship is waiting for them, okay? So, very interesting. That movie was, call it predictive programming, but it was rather ahead of its time. So the point of relevance is, in that movie, the pregnant woman who gave birth to the alien child had this extreme craving for salt, right? Salt on top of all these guts, almost like really, I mean, it was disgusting, really. So craving for sugar and high salt foods. My colleague goes on to write, workmate of friend, also double stabbed, reported similar feelings, said, quote, I can't explain it, but something is inside my body and my body feels wrong. And my colleague goes on to write, from my observation, there is a 12-foot radius of electricity around her body. Her aura is almost completely gone. Its strongest color was brown, which I've always associated with manipulation, like when an energy vampire, narcissist, etc., is feeding off that person. Boy, howdy. And the brown, I mean, forgive me for almost guffawing there, but I mean, I associate brown in an auric field sense as like smog, like supernatural smog, pollution, like really black, contaminated stuff, right? Now we know that the contamination from an esoteric spiritual standpoint all across the board has been from time immemorial. It's just been intensified because of radionics and implantation and now increasingly nanobots swimming around in people and graphene self organizing, et cetera, et cetera. Again, it's a frequency war. But here is one of the dynamics that need to be discussed, is what we're bringing up right now, and what my colleagues and I and others have talked about. The entity is working through this AI technology. The intrusive thoughts, the voices that Jerry Marzinski and others have talked about, they're in on this too. As crazy as that sounds, they're in on this. Let me give you another example. And I really need to talk to one of my colleagues again, a medical intuitive, the things that she can zero in on that's infecting and manipulating and hosting people. You know, she's quite the healer, but you know, it's the things that she's been seeing and the patterns she's been discerning since all this madness really kicked into high gear. Yeah, some of the stuff is surprising even her, right? So the intrusive thoughts, the voices in the head. And I heard this from another extremely reliable source. And it's poignant because there's no telling how often the scenario or a similar scenario I'm about to describe is playing out all over the world now because of the Internet of Things, the interconnectedness, and this weird AI kind of Luciferian demiurge fashion. How everything interlinks and how they can remotely just squeeze people out of society, squeeze people out of employment, et cetera, et cetera. And there's this couple, okay? And both know all about stuff. Reptilian overlordship, soul harvesting, et cetera, et cetera. And they know about at least as much about the ingredients as most of you listening out there, right? Graphene, hydrogel, et cetera, et cetera. Now they're talking about hydras, and it wouldn't surprise me. And who would want all that evil, yucky AI stuff, Luciferian stuff in you anyway? So this couple, they swore up and down they'll never take it because it's tantamount to falling on your sword. Think about it, right? But the modern world being what it is today, Mike Adams points out the average American family is like 9 meals away from starvation. And you know, you remove the primary source of income or perish the thought of both sources of income for a household, right? And just all the normal bills. You got to keep the roof over your head, whether it's rent, whether it's mortgage, food on the table, car payments, whatever the case may be. And then one, it was the gal in the couple. She said, I'll take it. I'll take the stabs, right? And of course, they went back and forth. They argued about it. No way, no way. We know the consequences, right? What could potentially happen, even beyond death, right? And the gal was so emotionally overawed because they stand to lose everything, right? And the reason it came to that head, the reason it came to that point of her volunteering to take, to fall on her sword, basically, was because both he and she, by that point, had received the notices, right? The mandatory or else find another job notices, if you get my drift, right? So, I mean, highly emotional, to be sure. A lot of drama involved, real life drama being replicated all over the planet. Just think about the loosh fest this is providing for all these sewer communities. All this time they're trying to keep us from breeding, keep us from continuing our species, right? A way's got to be found to make them stop breeding, make them stop, I don't know, some of these species, cloning, hatching, whatever the hell, right? It's all this effort on their part is expended trying to get rid of us. At some point, those of us that are left, we need to turn the tables and get rid of them, because it's clear, at least in this plane of existence, if you're still stuck in duality existence, it's a predatory. It's been described as a dimension of pain, a dimension of suffering, a dimension of predation. Might makes right down to the microbial level. Might makes right. Something is always eating something else, right? So this couple gets the notice that if they both don't knuckle under and roll over and assume the position, so to speak, in Animal House terms, they both stand to lose their jobs, and that would really suck all across the board. So the gal, she volunteers, and they argue back and forth. Finally, I guess out of a sense of desperation or just not wanting, his partner to go without him, says, okay, well, if you're going to do it, then I'm going to do it. So he says, okay, we'll both fall on our swords because I'm not going to live in this crappy world, without you, basically, right? Now, the point of relevance is when she had made the decision to the point of picking up the phone and calling to make an appointment at a stab center, right? The moment she completed that appointment on the phone and hung up, she clairaudiently, because she's quite psychic and intuitive, she started hearing these intrusive thoughts, like this is what Jerry Marzinski talks about, Sherry Sweeney, other people, right? These intrusive thoughts, they start saying in unison, okay, think in terms of we are legion because we are many, right? They start saying in unison, we've got her, and we're going to get him too. We've got her. And the moment she heard that, she felt this denseness closing in on her from every direction. Like literally she could feel it on her body, this denseness, energetic, down throttle shift into like a lower, denser space, just close in on her, right? And she heard those voices saying that. And then later on, she was going back and forth with the partner, and then the partner said, okay, I'm going to follow my sword too, right? And then, what did she say? I think she also said at that point, it was like, okay, in unison again, that chorus of voices was saying, we've got him too. We've got both of them. So
the intrusive thoughts coming from these interdimensional beings, these archontic parasites, right, of various stripes. They are intimately connected, indeed have an emotional, one would argue, existence-based investment, kind of like a symbiotic, well, not really symbiotic, more like a parasitic relationship where the more they can harvest emotionally, energetically, et cetera, from these humans that are being painted into a corner, being edged off a cliff, et cetera, like this couple in our example. And there's no telling how many other people going through the same thing right now. Because they both wavered under the stress of the moment. The thought that both of them losing their jobs and then being homeless and all that stuff, right? The gal decides to fall on her sword. I'll do it. I'll take one for the team. He goes, you going without me. I'm taking it too. We're both going down together. And then when they make that decision, the two of them, she starts hearing in her head, we got them both in unison. So it's all tied in. And then there are other things too that my intuitive, medical intuitive friend was telling me about the DNA molecule code implants, how into the brains of abductees, but people in general, some of these aliens and some of the aliens are not entirely organic, if you will, no matter what dimension it may come from, in whatever dimension it originates from, there's a level of density it has. Right? So some of the entities and species that are out there are not entirely, lack of a better term, organic or spiritual in nature. There are some, probably a great many species that have, they would be like cyborgs in the science fiction sense. There would be part organic and then part AI, kind of cyborg. And some of those types of ETs are going around doing things that people sticking like DNA molecules into people's brains. So these DNA molecules begin to activate and change the person's neurology, behavior, and probably open up portals and other things, okay? You see, the real hardcore black magic, right? They're not doing things. It's an arcane way, a surefire way of doing things a certain way, but you have to have the bloodline connection, natural gateway portal, organic portal system to other dimensions, really negative hellish dimensions, right? That warlocks and adepts and what have you. Some of these types have that connection because they're not entirely human. In fact, they look human. They're fundamentally different from us. They're a hybrid. So what these DNA molecules are doing, some of them, they're plugging people in to this AI, quantum cloud, supercomputer, whatever you want to call it, beast system. And that's going on in parallel to all this stuff in the treatments, right? So, thus far I've talked about what my colleagues shared with me about, the people that she's talked to or know about that have been double stabbed. And I told you just now a story about this couple, and I know this to be a true story. And I didn't get to the good news part of it. That no, they decided, they came to their senses. This couple, you're probably wondering, okay, tell the rest of the story. Well, this couple came to their senses and they said, "Oh no, we can't do this because, either we both die, or even worse, one of us dies and then the other just left to suffer and maybe in a debilitated state, et cetera, right?" clock ticking on them. So they decided not to go ahead with it. Good for them. But the learning lesson part of it is when this gal says, okay, I'll do it, I'll follow my sword, need a next day appointment with a stab center, right? And she hears this multitude of voices, we got her, we got her. It's like they're fishing. They're casting nets out, right? These entities, they're the ones that Jerry Marcy and others have been talking about all along, intimately connected with treatments. But that's the nature of this multiple threat environment in which we reside, right? It's multiple. It's not just this dimension. It's not just quantum reduction. It's the scientific reductionists who have us believe that only things you can touch and smell and taste and what have you are any threat to you, right? No, that's not the case at all. It's a zoo out there, right? So we've talked about the frequency aspect of it. Okay, now what we may see, and I think it's already underway. I think the way this whole thing was kickstarted in places like Iran and like New York State, New York City, other places where the first responders were talking about, oh, these people were coming in with serious respiratory issues, and then the protocols kick in and they finish them off, right? They were doing this to hordes of people in New York City alone. I mean, imagine just the carnage that was going on there. But that's how they kickstarted it. They created the backstory for the whole lab release thing, from that place, right? The whole lab release story. See, the lab release story to the current madness, ongoing madness, is parallel, it's similar to the Ramzi Youssef armed Islamic Front backstory of, hijacking airliners, crashing them into places like the armed Islamic group. They wanted to hijack a plane and crash it into the Eiffel Tower. Yeah, maybe not. From Islamic group, nor all likelihood was probably a controlled asset anyway, right? Then you have Ramzi Youssef, the so-called 20th hijacker. Long time British intelligence, CIA asset, right? This guy. And he supposedly, or whoever his handler is, comes up with the Bojinka operation, hijacking multiple airliners and then crashing them all over the place. Okay, that was the backstory months and years before September 11, 2001. There's all this chatter in the background about all that going on, and suddenly, it happens, right? Well, we've known about this. Why didn't they do anything about it? Blowback, all this other crap ensues, this talking head nonsense, right? Well, it's a similar thing with, the lab release and, the gain of function research and North Carolina being involved, yada, 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 right? And then you throw in, of course, sewer scum like, the main pharmaceutical humanitarian culprits, let's say, right? You throw their names into the mix. Oh, there you go. Backstory, right? But again, just as a 9/11, where you've heard me talk about this too. I don't ascribe to the hijacked planes theory, which I think is utter nonsense. Why would you, even with so-called global hawk remote piloting capability, why would you make the operational scenario so much more difficult than you need to when you can just endlessly lie over and over and over again on the media, right? So this whole thing about the hijacked airliners, that's a non-starter. A complete non-starter for me. But to kickstart the whole thing, they used frequencies. Absolutely they did. It's a frequency war. And what happened? All these people are getting beamed, shortness of breath. Why? Oxygen, like depletion, of course. A lot of the other symptoms they described, par for the course. What they were saying was the symptoms of this so-called dreaded black plague thing supposedly going on, right? No, they were just getting beamed. The beaming can induce different physiological reactions, sensations, etc., etc. Like especially from a my lab perspective, someone getting beamed, a certain part of the brain induces sleep, a certain part of the brain induces aggression, yet, etc., etc., etc. And then you have the theater of the mind, the remotely induced virtual environment, astral dreamscape training scenarios. You're literally in a virtual reality world. A lot of the training that goes on, and some of it is the actual stuff. Just your consciousness is behind you, right? So the point of relevance is the frequency manipulation, frequency modulation is quite sophisticated. So if you wanted to blanket an area, and the Spanish researchers, I forget their name, but they have that great channel and did all the initial breaking news about the graphene was that Spanish team, right? And I think one of them was talking about how it was just beaming. It was just 5 Gulf, right? 5G, just blanket. And they even had maps showing where all these transmitters were, right? And where these clusters and outbreaks occurred thereafter, right? So if they want to play that card again, the frequency modulation card, right? The beaming card, to create another wave, right? Marburg, whatever the hell they're going to call it this time. The zombie, infection or whatever. They just simply crank up the transmitters. But the thing about it this time is there'll be so many people that have all literally been hardwired from these treatments. And on top of that, there's going to be people in society who already have the DNA molecules in their brain, et cetera, right? Extrapolating, that could be hundreds and many thousands of people or more that have undergone these DNA molecule procedures by one or more types of ET or ET cyborg races, right? People ain't seen the half of it yet. Getting back to that multitude of voices, when I heard that story about, the gal deciding, well, I'm going to fall on my sword and take one for the team, so at least we have, one income stream, right? And then this chorus of voices, we got her. When I heard that story, it reminded me, and I'm trying to do research. I used to know this stuff off my head, but it was the kid who, along with his best friend, dabbled in Satanism, and basically he got possessed by a really malevolent entity or entities. Long story short, got hold of, I think it was a 44 Magnum, shot his father and shot his stepmother, both in the head as they lay sleeping. And then he stole their car, drove down to the nearest service station, got out and shot the attendant dead. Anyway, long story short, he gets arrested. When they brought him in to his arraignment, and they had him in the prison jumpsuit and stuff, they had the CCTV cameras on him, and his eyes were all glazed over. He had this maniacal grin in his face. He was laughing. He's all alone, but the cameras are on him. And he's just laughing maniacally because he's entity infested, right? Because he was, getting into all that Satanism and what have you. Anyway, he became a born-again Christian in prison. Eventually, he after he started proselytizing, he was preaching and trying to mentor others in prison and on death row. Because this is Texas where he did this, so that, I don't know about now, but back then, not too long ago, last 20 years or so, it was death by lethal injection. And so he became a born-again Christian in prison, and then eventually his appeals ran out, and they They executed him by lethal injection. Now, before he died, and after he became a born-again Christian, he started giving interviews, right? And in one of the interviews, remember a moment ago, I said that they had CCTV cameras on him. He had like a yellow jumpsuit. They had him in a small room, and they just arrested him, brought him in, and he was just like laughing maniacally to himself. There was no one else in the small room with him. He just had a camera on him. Totally entity infested. That's why he shot his father and stepmother as they lay sleeping, about 10 p.m. at night. And that was enough for him. He drives down in their car, they're dead by then. In their car, drives down to the nearest service station, guns down the poor guy that happens to be doing a night shift, right? Death penalty, lethal injection. He said when they brought him into jail, and it must have been after he was videotaped with the CCTV, like laughing maniacally. It must have been after that, because he said as they put him in the jail cell for the night, and he lay down on the bunk just totally disconsolate, absolutely bummed out, starting to come to his senses. He said that he could hear multitudes of voices, right, all laughing at him as they exited his body. He could hear clairaudiently, because they completely taken him over as a host by now. Organic portal time. He could hear them laughing in unison, chorus of them, as they're leaving his body, and he could feel energetically that they're leaving his body too. And that's the thing. A lot of these entities can wreak havoc with the human energy system, human energy fields, for that matter. It's not just the bioelectric energy system within our anatomy, but the energy bodies, plural, that we have, right? These entities can muck with all that, but energetic implants is a whole other subject, right? It's beyond the physical implants. So this guy says, as he's laying in cell door closed, the enormity of what he'd done under malign entity influence, because he was dabbling in all kinds of Satanist stuff, had really struck home. And then at that moment, the entities left him laughing. And he felt them, their energy leaving his body. He said this. So, the person who related that story, the gal who said she heard, oh, we got her. Then later on, when they both decided momentarily to follow their swords, so we got both of them. I can't help but think that if they're not the same types of entities that were exiting that guy, and I can't for the life of me at the moment remember the guy's name. He was executed on death row in Texas, though, by lethal injection. He said they were laughing. You could hear multiple voices, all just laughing at him as they left his body. So whether it's the same entities that were saying, we got her, when the gal momentarily, a momentary lapse of reason, create Pink Floyd song. Whether it was the exact same entities, same species of entities, whatever the case may be, or similar, or entirely different species altogether, just part of that archontic Luciferian mob of all various types of entities, whatever the case may be, really have a emotional investment, among other things, in the impending demise of the human race. It's like they're absolutely getting off on it. They're absolutely getting a rush, getting a charge off of it. We see this manifest at the surface level, right? Nowadays, the service level is a relative term because some of the things that are passing for normal in the service world these days are just so abnormal. But we talked in previous podcasts about the replacement factor, the pod people invasion of the body snatchers factor, like, right? And someone's not wearing a mask or something or whatever, and all these mask holes and vax holes point at them, and do what Donald Sutherland, like in the Invasion of the Body Snatchers movie. That's happening at the workplace where, see, it's not just a smug, we did it, now you have to do it too, as far as the treatments are concerned, because there's a lot of conflict in the various employment places where some have knuckled under or some fall for the stabs to begin with, so they go ahead and take it. And those that haven't taken it yet, who are manifesting hesitancy, quote unquote, those ones that have been stabbed, it's like they're a total high-minded consciousness. There's a browbeating. You got to do it too. You got to do it too. You stop being so selfish, right? And it's not just that they're arrogant, stupid, odd people, but it's the fact that these entities, these multitudes of entities, will be swarming in and around them. They're speaking to these hosty pod people too, right? And that's on top of being browbeaten by your doctor. It's a pandemic. It's a pandemic of the unstabinated, right? So they're getting browbeaten by their families, browbeaten by their partners, browbeaten by their co-workers, browbeaten by their doctors, voices in their heads screaming at them, do what's right, you're gonna lose your job. That's like a full court press, right? That's like all out pre-invasion bombardment, right? And I know of cases where people were crying as they got the stab because they didn't want it, but they were bullied and pressured and hectored into it. Hectored and badgered, bad English there. So they knuckled under and took a stab, more stabs, right? And there's a lot of people that regret their decision too, because now they're pushing for the boosters and all that stuff, right? So they already knuckled under for number 1 and 2, and now they're pushing more. And where does it end, right? But it's that high consciousness where even at a unseen inner planes ether level, all the supernatural piranha type creatures are just nipping away and biting and snapping at you. But if you happen to be clairaudient, you can hear them, right? Now, the stories I've shared today, small sample size to be sure, but I've read other accounts that people share where they're in comms with psychics, readers, mediums, medical intuitives, and they're describing a similar thing. With these people, and the real ones, not the saline, the real ones, they're describing being the sensation of feeling totally cut off, like in an empty void, except, separated from source, separated from God. It's not an empty void though, because there's all these energies there. So it's a feeding frenzy. Think about, like, the old National Geographic or other nature documentaries of like Komodo dragons having a feeding frenzy or sharks having a feeding frenzy, right? That's what's going on at multiple levels. Because increasingly, the people around you, they're plugged into the Borg collective. Right? Trust no one. Because any one of them can turn at any moment, go totally hive. That's why you gotta watch that Dark Skies. It only lasted for like some of the best shows I've noticed, like the Blade series, that only lasted one series because towards the last two episodes, especially of that one and only season of Blade, I mean, they're getting into bloodlines, they're getting into secret societies. It was just hardcore. And someone said, okay, enough is enough. We're not going to show them anything beyond this, right? And that classic show, Dark Skies, is similar because the alien race they were up against, and it's like a docudrama where the characters live through some key moments, known moments in recorded history. You know, the JFK assassination, Roswell, et cetera, the main characters weave in and out of all these real life historic events. Francis Gary Powers, U-2 pilot getting shot down over the Soviet Union, et cetera. They tied in all these real historic events to the alien invasion scenario. And the aliens are up against, spoiler alert, one of these as far back as Roswell in the story, Dark Skies, which again was only a couple of seasons I have to check, was that the reason they were called a hive was because they took people up as hosts, took over their minds, took over their bodies, right? And, you know, one by one, and they took over the key institutions, the key agencies, like not just the FBI, but like Majestic 12. They started taking over some of the Majestic operatives, some of these aliens, right? The hive. And that's what it is today. It's the hive consciousness, what we've talked about for so long, the hive mind parasite virus. It's playing out in real time now. Now, thankfully, if you go to some of these, health and wellness type sites, they have helpful hints that, for those who unfortunately were compelled or coerced, whatever the case may be, into taking these treatments. One has to hope for the best, but apparently there are ways and means to at least mitigate the damages and allow real healing to kick in. And eventually, if things work out, just eradicate all the stuff that the ones they're contaminated with. Because this next go round, when they start cranking out the frequencies again, with all the stuff, all the bots, all the hydras and all the tendrils that are spreading out inside of people, inside of their noggins, et cetera, being literally hardwired, DNA hardwired into some bizarro AI mainframe supercomputers, right? Superior powered, demiurge powered. We just don't really know what's going to come next. We have an idea, okay? The zombie card may still be on the table to be played or not played, depending on circumstances. There has definitely been an upsurge in ET activity, real ET activity. So we just gotta hold firm, hold the line, right? Until enough people reacquire, reassemble, reacquaint themselves with their multidimensional selves. And it's not going to take a gigantic number of people to do this. Critical mass will be reached with far fewer people than one might assume to be the case. So, the battle has been joined. Humanity, real humanity, not the sheep and noise, real humanity, not the de-evolved ones. The real humanity is making a stand now. Yeah, we're making our presence felt. So things are starting to get interesting now. Hang on. A lot more to come. And this is going out to a general audience. The reason I call the commentary Meet the Reptilians is, well, it's a reptilian, for the most part, agenda keeping in mind there are a lot of other players, not just the reptilians, but the reptilians, the Draco, a lot of the factions out of the Orion constellation that go back to the Orion Wars millions of years ago. There's still key players in all this. So, again, hang on to your hats. Things are really going to start to get interesting in the next couple of years. By the time 2025 rolls around, which is a scant, maybe scant 3 years before too long. There's no telling the kind of changes we'll be seeing. Okay, so for our listeners here on the Cosmic Switchboard Show, if you like what we do, if you believe in what we do, please go to thecosmicswitchboard.com, sign up and become a member. And also for our members, stay tuned in, and we'll see you on the flip side for our members.
Well, the global elite group known as the Bilderbergs have just arrived in Washington, D.C. for their 68th annual Bilderberg meeting, in which they intend to discuss how they can make the world better and how they can change policies and rules, to better benefit their personal agenda of world peace. Wink. As if they really want world peace, because a lot of what I believe that they're discussing is things like how they're going to get rid of that pesky little thing called the Constitution in America, not to mention the Bill of Rights, and of course, capitalism. Can't have that when you want to implement socialism and communism, and things like, of course, how they're going to usher in an entire system in which they can social score their people based off of how environmentally friendly you are, or how about transhumanism, or getting rid of that caste system so everything can be controlled, and of course, we got to get rid of any and all fossil fuels and implement the new Green Deal style agendas. That is what I believe they're really all about. But what I'm about to show you in today's broadcast is not only what they intend to talk about, but also who's on the participation list. And this is only the stuff they admit, by the way. But before I do, just a quick break. Now, over the years, you've probably tried different investments in stocks and mutual funds. So you know they can be up and down and quite literally all over the place. But with inflation running at 8.5%, the highest in 40 years, do you really need uncertainty? Being able to sleep at night, knowing that your investments are not going to crash, are worth their weight in gold. And speaking of gold, if you have been jumping from one investment idea to another, then now is the time to get a gold IRA with noblegoldinvestments.com. With gold, you shield your gains from taxes. Not only that, but you keep the real value of your wealth. You own a global asset, something tangible. And last but not least, you protect your wealth against an economic crash. What's not to like? And this month, Noble Gold Investments is giving away this 3-ounce silver coin with any cash value over $20K. Right now, I want to encourage you to get on over to noblegoldinvestments.com. Give them a call at 1-877-646-5347 and talk to one of their no-hassle specialists. Now, if you want a little bit more information about how you can save money, about gold, silver, precious metals, the history of money, or even the evolution of money, then I want to encourage you to also check out their YouTube channel right here. And it's under Noble Gold Investments. I'll leave a link in the description below. But on there, you can see they've got some awesome detail on the history of money and even the evolution of money. And this series is a short clip that shows you how money came to be and why it's important to understand the national debt and other investment headaches like inflation, which we're currently going through. So check it out at noblegoldinvestments.com. Go to their YouTube channel and subscribe there. Want more information? Check it out in the description box below. All right, back to the broadcast. So let's first dive into this mysterious Bilderberg group because there's a couple things you should know in case you aren't aware about this group. First of all, only the elite of the elite of the elite of the elite are invited, and you're going to see that when you see the participation list. Second, it's very secretive. Journalists are invited. They're part of the conversation there, but you're not allowed to discuss what is actually said at these events. You keep that information to yourself. Now, Bilderberg does give us kind of a rundown of some of the topics that they claim they're going to be talking about, but since none of the information is leaked and none of it's recorded, nobody really knows that's actually being discussed. But according to their website, which I'm going to show you, that's what they claim is being discussed. The other thing is this organization has been around and meeting since 1954. And of course, still going strong today. Ever wonder why? And how the world, and ever wonder why the world has changed so much since 1954 through today? I'll leave that for you to decide. But let's go straight on into the Bilderberg website so you can see it for yourself. And by the way, I've been reporting on this stuff for quite some time. If you've been following me, you're well aware of that. But here it is, the Bilderberg's meeting official website. Yes, this is their official website. And I'm going to click on meeting 2022 right here because that's the one I can focus on. And you can see they've started leaking notes on their meetings since 2016. This is fairly new, by the way. They wanted to have more transparency with the public. So they started in 2016 doing this every year. And you can see a gap here between 2019 and 2022. That's because of the pandemic. They skipped a couple of years. But here it is. The 68th annual Bilderberg meeting is taking place right now, June 2nd through the 5th, 2022 in Washington, D.C. It says their 68th Bilderberg meeting will take place there in June in Washington, D.C. About 120 participants from 21 different countries have confirmed their attendance. As ever, a diverse group of political leaders and experts from industry, from finance, from academia, from labor, and the media have been invited. The list of participants is available here. Now I'm going to take you to that participant list because I just want to show you a couple of people that are attending. So let's go to that. And I've kind of highlighted a few names already in here right off the top. Chairman of Goldman Sachs International, LLC, right there. We also have the Shell CEO and the chairman and CEO of Pfizer, and not to mention William J. Burns, the CIA director. Moving on a little bit, you'll probably recognize this next name here, Henry Kissinger. Obviously, he goes pretty much every year. We also have the Economist here, a newspaper personnel as well. Let's move on a little bit. We also have the VP and Chief AI Scientist of Facebook, aka Facebook Incorporated. So we have social media, we have Henry Kissinger, we have CIA, we have regular media, and here's some other ones here I want to show you as well. And this is the CEO of Shopify, the Prime Minister here. We've got Prime Ministers going, Ambassador of Ukraine to the U.S. We also have editor-in-chief of The Economist here as well. So you can see a wide range of what's going on there. Moving on a little bit. We have Eric Schmidt. I'm sure that name rings a bell. Google. And then we have the CTO of Microsoft Corporation. We have chairman of Atlantic Forum. And then, of course, this little name you might recognize, especially if you live in Arizona, Kristen Sinema, the one who gave the Democrats all the gray hair. Yeah. She is now on the list as well. Moving on a little bit, we have Peter Thiel. He pretty much goes every year, the president of Thiel Capital, LLC. We also have the Secretary General of NATO, interesting considering what's going on with Russia, China, US, Ukraine, all of that. And then David Petraeus. So you guys might recognize a few of those names. So we wanted to bring the participation list names to you because I think it's rather important to know that the people that are attending these meetings are not your just regular Joe Schmo CEOs. And no, they're pretty dang big names. Prime ministers, high people in academics and scientists and CEOs and executive people, and not to mention the likes of billionaires and the whole nine yards, senators, congressional leaders, all of it. But here's something else I want to mention is some of the people who have attended in the past, which I have shared because I've been following this ever since they started publishing it on 2016, but Bill Clinton, the IM director, Christine Lagarde, Bill Gates, all of these names have been on past participation lists. So just to give you an idea of who goes. And by the way, not everybody who attends is necessarily listed. I believe those are the public names. I think there is still an option where you don't have to be listed, but I'm not 100%, but I believe, knowing how mysterious they are, that could be the case. The next question is, what's on the agenda? What are they going to discuss? Now, there's one thing that they're going to discuss that really chills me, or a couple things that really chill me to the bone that you need to be aware of. But this is just the stuff, by the way, that they admit to be talking about. We don't really know, other than what they tell us, because obviously none of the information is allowed out, right? But take a look, going back to their main page here, the Bilderberg meeting, going back to that meeting 2022, and here it is. The key topics for discussion this year are, and a lot of these geopolitical realignments, how they're going to align graphical areas and politics. Interesting. NATO challenges, I believe that's on there because of what's going on right now between Russia and Ukraine in the war. We have China. China pretty much makes it 90% of the time on the list. Indo-Pacific realignment, that makes it off and on. And then we have U.S. tech competition. We have Russia. By the way, I'll show you in a moment, but Russia has made it every single year. Interesting to see where we were back in 2016, where we are now. But Russia's been on the list consecutively every single year, and China for the most part. So, number 7 chills me to the bone. Now, I'm going to expand on that in a moment. But continuity of government and the economy. In case you're not aware what that exactly means, continuity of government is the principle of establishing defined procedures that allow a government to continue its essential operation in case of a catastrophe such as a nuclear war. And I'm sharing that for the Democrats and liberals out there listening, by the way. I know most of you know what that is. But basically, it's a plan in place in which a shadow government, if you will, can take over and run while this chaos is going on. And I'm going to expand on that in a moment. Number 8, disruption of the global financial system. It's interesting that that's on there because right now there is a massive disruption. We have inflation, we have a shipping supply crisis, we have financial crises all across the globe. And of course, this is the topic of discussion. And I wouldn't put it past them. I don't know, obviously, it's my opinion, that they are talking about things such as a cashless society, such as cryptocurrency, such as how to put systems in place which they can control, more or less, money. They've always been about that. Number 9, disinformation, because they can't have real information leaking out, so they label anything they don't want to talk about disinformation. Then we have energy security and sustainability, aka Agenda 2030, aka New Green Deal, aka green policies, and the whole 9 yards. 11, post-pandemic health. 12, fragmentation of democratic societies, trade and deglobalization, and of course, Ukraine is thrown in there as well. Now, just to show you some of the past meetings, you can see some things here that have been on past and are going on future. So climate, China, Russia, you can see the future of capitalism. That was 2019, 2018. And I'm just going through this very briefly. You can see Russia yet again on that one. 2017, here we go. We have China, we have Russia, we have Middle East, and of course Trump, because they didn't like what Trump was doing. That's 2017, and 2016 here, Russia and China yet on it again, and there's that as well. So as you can see, there is a lot of similar threads that they discuss year after year after year, and coincidentally, it's the same stuff. It's kind of just, happening, advancing as we go along. But with that, let's go back to the one point that I really want to hone in on that meeting in 2022, and that is number 7, the continuity of government and the economy. Now, the reason that I think this is important because why are a bunch of internationalists who are from many different countries, 21 different countries all across the globe, talking about continuity of government. This here in America, we do have that. In America, we have continuity of government. Why is this of any topic to a global organization? Why would they discuss something like that? And I think in light of what happened with the COVID-19 pandemic, are they afraid something's going to go and happen in the future? And what is the plan, right? Why are you discussing things like that? And maybe it's not directed at America, but I can't get the feeling that this is something that we actually have in America, and I'm sure they've got it other countries as well. It really strikes me as odd that they're discussing it. And here's why. If you go to the whitehouse.gov, they have a whole background on what the continuity of government is, and it talks about it a little bit. The U.S. has a plan in place to continue the operation of the government following catastrophe on the nation's capital. And they have a National Security Presidential Directive 51. And I'm going to get into presidential directives in a moment. It goes on, very deep within a 102-page national continuity plan is the strategy for mass evacuation, relocation of government, how the military and everything respond. And basically, it entertains the idea of a shadow government being involved, because in this continuity of government plan, we don't really know the details. We don't know what's going to happen. We don't know who's in charge, if you will, how it's going to flow, or any of that. But there's kind of the idea. Now, this leaked out, and I did an entire report on this on the Republic, but this leaked out about, I want to say a little over a week ago, maybe, yeah, about a week ago, a little over a week ago. But in the New York Times has came across documents of the president's plans, which stem from many, many presidents prior, of what they will do in the event of the apocalypse. They basically, same thing as what they would do with continuity of government. Here it is. Documents shed some light on secret U.S. plans for apocalypse scenarios. It goes on to state, newly disclosed documents have shed a crack of light on the secret executive branch plans for apocalypse. Yeah, like a nuclear attack, when the president may activate wartime powers and national security emergencies. Until now, the public knowledge of what government put in these classified directives, which invoke emergency and wartime powers granted by Congress or otherwise claimed by president, have been limited to declassified descriptions. And they include things like imposing martial law, rounding up people deemed dangerous, and censoring news from abroad. And by the way, they are not sharing this, and it has not been made known to Congress. Now, I went in this in detail. I don't want to retouch on it, but basically this is about in the event that they have to invoke some kind of continuity of government in the event of a nuclear attack. And here's some of the stuff that got leaked. And what got leaked are the Presidential Emergency Action Documents, which they're calling PEADs. Now, what are these PEADs? Well, they're proclamations, messages to Congress in the event of the emergency. And some of these directives include things like this. And I believe there's 56 of them as of 2017. Obviously, we don't have them all. We don't have, we don't really have them, but what we do have is what they've done in the past. And here's some of the things they've done in the past. As you can see, authorized detention of alien enemies and other dangerous people, suspended the right of habeas corpus, provided various forms of martial law, issued a government warrant permitting search and seizures of property. We have established military areas, suspended production of the Federal Register, declared state of war, authorized censorship of news reports. And I can only say that that would expand today. But it's interesting that continuity of government is on the list this year for the Bilderbergs. And this is in the middle. And the reason why I guess this is throwing up red alarms for me is because right now we are in a state of chaos in America. We have warnings from everyone pretty much about the economy, how we're going to have food shortages, how we're going into a recession. We are in a recession. They just don't want to admit it. How we're having supply chain crisis and all these crises, job shortages and all of these all at once. So do they see things getting to the level where something like this might take place? And God, I hope not. Anyhow, wanted to bring you the latest on all of that. Thanks again for tuning in. I'm Lisa Haven, signing out.
One time we had a small plane go down somewhere in Africa, and we were not able to find it by surveillance. So the director of the CIA heard about a woman in California that was a medium or something. I don't know the title for. And she Gave him the latitude and longitude of the plane's whereabouts. We located the plane where she said it was. And that's the only time that I have ever experienced something that was inexplicable while I was present.
He was the most psychic man in the world, but nobody seems to know what killed him.
It began with Russell Targ. The physicist from the beret there appeared at my door with a box of documents.
Okay, so this is marker 701. This is where the caretaker told me I should start. And I'm going to see what this is. This is marker 700. So indeed, Pat's grave is entirely unmarked. All right, I think he deserves better than that. This is probably my last opportunity to say goodbye to my good friend Pat. Pat Price, often said, the more attention you place on hiding something, the more it shines like a beacon in psychic space.
Pat Price died in 1975, and some people believe it was because of his work with remote viewing.
Psychic spies, Cold War whimsy, or secret weapon. Some people may have certain psychic powers. This may reassure you, it may alarm you, but in fact, for some years now, the U.S. intelligence community has wagered a modest amount of money on the possibility that such powers do exist. Such powers do exist. But the most enduring experiments have been in the field of remote viewing. We got into it when we discovered that they were in it.
We found that many individuals are able to accurately describe what's going on in distant locations blocked from any kind of ordinary perception.
Are you saying that the work you've been doing is classified?
I really can't talk about matters of classification, as you can imagine. My name is Russell Targ, and I'm a physicist. This is our last chance to tell our story. I haven't been on a boat trip like this for many years. They always assume that people are immortal. I hope the people who have seen and used operational material will say, yes, that really happened. A huge trove of material declassified by the CIA. So this is really the first time that the people who were cognizant of secret material can talk about it.
At one time, humanity worshipped fire. The shamans called it magic, and the people feared it. And now science recognizes fire as simply another part of the natural world. Ideas change based on new evidence. The fear of the unknown remains.
The future, it all looks very large.
What if psychic abilities were real? What if you could look anywhere, using only the power of your mind? If these abilities really exist, what would that do?
World.
What found out? The CIA financed a project in 1975 to develop a new kind of agent that could truly be called a spook.
That when you told me that you were interested in using classified materials, that you were eager to get them out in your work, I was principally concerned for you and our family, no doubt. No doubt. We received a letter from the CIA and said, sorry, not to help out later. The one Nicholas, I'm just going to publish the book. And I just thought that what could be more important than to help my father, one, get the documents that he was seeking, but also to help make sure that he stayed out of jail. So now it seems like a very worthwhile enterprise, very good thing. And I even contacted the congresswoman in Palo Alto, and she submitted a letter on your behalf as well.
Oh, that's very nice. I didn't know that.
Several months later, the CIA released the documents that we had requested. And were able to tell me the story in full detail.
If I taught you to expect the miracles, it was worthwhile. With the floodgates now open, an additional 70,000 documents on remote viewing were declassified. I can now show everybody these pictures without having to kill them afterwards. You can actually take out of thin air information about something you have absolutely no access to, just using your mind. If we want to know why the CIA was lying about our program, perhaps we should go to Detroit and talk to Kip Green, our former contract monitor. He was branch chief of the Life Sciences Division at CIA.
I was given the results. The drawings showed the ability of a visual representation that appeared to be better than overhead imagery. In Pat Price's drawings, it was as if it was from inside his brain that the information was coming, not from his eyeballs overhead looking down.
It was obvious to any intelligence organization that if you had an ability to be able to remotely perceive stuff, really remotely, like any place in the world, that could be an extraordinary intelligence source.
The remote viewing program basically ran from the early 70s to the mid 90s.
For more than 20 years, the CIA used psychic abilities operationally and in a top secret program for the U.S. government. You paid for them, you deserve to see them.
The CIA had said cease and desist. People said, this stuff is so intriguing that we got back into the game.
We once found a guy that could see anywhere in the world through his psychic powers. We could show him a picture of any place, and he could describe any activity going on there. But he died, and we haven't heard from him since. CIA Director Stansfield Turner, Chicago Tribune, August 1977.
Because I believe when he died, he was out in Las Vegas or something, and Kip Green rushed out there.
Even though he died unattended in a hotel room, you don't need to make it a medical examiner, although that's not correct. He was taken to the emergency room, which I visited. Speaking now as a criminologist, I would have investigated the hell out of him. But the water's a little bit murky. So I'm going to change to a bigger fly that they can see better. Oh, there we go. We got one. So what do you do with that? Catch and release only. The cutthroats are now pretty endangered, so you can't keep them. Where the red is, it's like his throat's been cut. Yeah.
Ken Kress was a long-term contract monitor at CIA. He was a physicist. Ken Kress became a mythic figure when he wrote a long paper in Annals of Intelligence describing our program, but he's never come forward.
Kress had never been interviewed before this film, and every question we asked had to be submitted for vetting by the CIA.
I was undercover. The fact that CIA was even doing anything with SRI was confidential information.
So Sid Gottlieb looked around, came up with my name because I was a physicist, and he called me in and he said, well, I'd like you to take over this project. And he said, the reason is there's two physicists at SRI, and I think you three can probably communicate.
The first series of experiments here at Stanford Research Institute were what the scientists called remote viewing. For example, here is a reenactment of one of the first experiments last year. The subject is a New York artist named Ingo Swan. He was in the room. The experimenters, Drs. Harold Putoff and Russell Todd, were driving away in a car. Their destination was in a sealed envelope. This day it was Palo Alto City Hall. The subject did not know. Now, back in the room, the subject began sketching and describing where he imagined they might be. Here was the tape recording that he made then.
There must be buildings around, and this would be part of an area enclosed of some sort, a quadrangle or a quad. And then I sort of felt that there might be a fountain around, but I didn't hear any water in it.
There is a fountain. That day, it was turned off. Back in the room, the subject sketched a pattern he thought was crosswalks coming together in a circle. In fact, the courtyard is paved in this pattern. The courtyard where they were is 2 miles from the room where the subject was. There had been no communication between them.
Somehow, the kick came up with a report, and he sent this back, circulating through CIA, and eventually got to Sid Gottlieb. Gottlieb was already predisposed to look at the psychic phenomena from 10 years ago.
As the CIA's sorcerer, Gottlieb attempted to raise assassination to an art form. Out of his labs had come many debilitating potions.
We knew who Sid Gottlieb was. He was the director of the famous MK Ultra program. This is by 1974. MK Ultra was the CIA's notorious mind control program in the 1950s and 60s, where they were giving LSD to people to see if you could create a Manchurian candidate and strip away their memories. We considered him sort of the Joseph Mengele of the American side. Mengele, of course, was a notorious Nazi physician who did biological experiments on Jewish prisoners. Gottlieb was not doing that. Gottlieb, of course, is Jewish. He was just torturing other people independent of race or religion. He's sort of equal opportunity misanthrope. From my point of view, he reminded me of my old Uncle Sid. When he died, he was on Las Vegas. In early 1972, I briefed NASA and the CIA on proposed experiments to help people develop their psychic abilities. Well, Helen and I thought it would be very interesting to meet with Sid Gottlieb. He was enthusiastic about the idea of giving remote viewers LSD as a way of enhancing their psychic abilities. I was opposed to that. Remote viewing requires the person's conscious cooperation, and we explained that to Gottlieb, and he seemed to completely understand. So he led us down into the basement of the Pentagon, and it seemed to us that he was sort of stored in the basement with all of his books. The only really comfortable place we'd ever been in the CIA. So that the idea, after talking to Gottlieb, that the decision to give us money to go forward probably had already been made.
Reports that the Soviets were using psychics to spy on us prompted us to do the same to them.
There was intelligence, hard intelligence. I mean, intelligence that was like really, really good, internal program intelligence about what the Soviets were doing in medicine and psychology. That stated that they believed that United States military, United States intelligence officers, and United States scientists would be ripe for recruitment as spies if they were interested in crazy things like psychic research, remote viewing, and parapsychology. And they would tell their government people responsible for doing recruiting and so forth, hey, if you want to find somebody in the Washington, D.C. area that might be pretty interesting, find somebody that spends their time doing psychic research.
They must have been following us around constantly then.
It's natural for a visually handicapped person like me to be interested in optics, magic, and extrasensory perception. I'm a legally blind motorcycle riding physicist. In 1934, I was born in Chicago. I was a child magician. I used to perform magic tricks at birthday parties and art openings. As a magician, I understand how people can be tricked. That's always made me a better researcher, especially in a field like ESP. I left graduate school at Columbia in 1956, and in 1958, I began working on the earliest development of the laser. I was looking for a way to get into some kind of psychical research and still support my family.
Also was enthusiastic, and Hal was more like what you would expect a theoretician to be. But they both came across as, physicists.
I heard that there was going to be a lecture at Stanford University, and there was a young physicist, Hal Puthoff, giving a lecture on psychic discoveries behind the Iron Curtain, American and Russian ESP. And I then went back and talked to my new friend, Hal Puthoff, and said, I think I got some dough. Let's talk to you about getting a program. And he said, that would be very nice, but you just have to promise that you'll keep a low profile. So that was in June of 1972, and this led to the beginning of our program at SRI to investigate psychic abilities. I look forward to coming to work every day at a new miracle. I feel like the child magician finally got a job doing magic.
As we were doing this experiment, we began getting a flag from the psychologist at SRI. He said, you've got that crazy ESP experiment going on. That's going to ruin our reputation. We're going to lose our fun and get rid of those guys.
Hal had worked for several years in naval intelligence in Washington, and that may have made him a little more secretive indeed.
I had access to one of the most shielded experiments on the planet. It was a shielded magnetometer that measures weak magnetic fields.
Against his better judgment, Hal snuck his very first subject into a forbidden lab at Stanford. The man claimed to be the greatest psychic in the world, and his name was Ingo Swann. Swann claimed that he could move the needle of an unswayable magnetometer, buried under 30 feet of concrete, with classified design without nuclear explosions.
It even had superconducting sugar. Its claim to fame was that nothing from the outside could affect it.
Not only could Ingo perfectly sketch the design, but the needle moved. He nearly got kicked out of Stanford for breaking the experiment. And that got the attention of the CIA.
I asked the CIA agents, why are you looking me up? And said, well, we couldn't care less about the fact that he perturbed that magnetometer, but the fact that he could look through superconducting shielding and see what was inside, that is really a concern.
In a way, I can understand other people's response to our work. If someone has come up and told me 4 years ago the kinds of things I'm now telling people, I think I would be skeptical also.
When I first met Ingo, of course, he was coming out with this claim of, quote, being psychic. At that time, before I started seeing results, I was very skeptical. And he was very confident.
The psychic is a kind of remote sensing device, and that I think has a contribution to make to both science and humanity.
To understand Ingo, I think you have to see a creative, highly intelligent, deeply wounded man who found in remote viewing a pathway to the acclaim that he saw. We might do an experiment that looked like a really good outcome, and he would say, no, this is not so good, and he would come up with some loophole. And so he would say, look, if we take credit for an experiment, and then someone can come along later and find some loophole or some false positive, then they'll reject it, and then even when we do good experiments, they'll reject it. He told me a story. He was a homosexual, which doesn't matter. I mean, who cares? But it mattered to him because he told me a story which I've never forgotten of being beaten up by a bunch of boys who he liked and admired when he was a youth. And I think he wanted to be acknowledged.
I've often recovered many of the thoughts about existence I had as a child. A major one of these was the separation of consciousness from the body, which was very real when I was a child. This kind of thing happens in art. I believe and always have believed, and I return to it
many times in my life that I am not this body in terms of consciousness, and consciousness can go places where the body cannot.
It was very important to him to be validated by SRI. SRI was the first lab of a different order of magnitude from all prior parapsychological research.
What SRI was always upset about is that during our day here, we brought in 1% of the money, 99% of the publicity.
Back in 1972, SRI was primarily a contractor for the government and some industry. With the riots in the late 60s, early 70s, the fact that classified work was going to Stanford University, they just liked that.
Up until that time, most parapsychological research was done by small foundations on minuscule budgets operating in a corner of some basement.
At SRI, the level of classification was top secret. It took a long time to get the security clearance.
You can't walk around. You have to be a sport because of the secret projects. Full of high-class scientific equipment, beeping and showing on the cathode ray tubes and all that.
And when Russell and Al got positioned there, it had a big impact. And on Ingo, it had a particularly big impact because the work that he did at SRI drew a lot of attention.
To be in that kind of laboratory, they must be very important and really have a grasp of the truth. So you guys had a psychological procedure, the in the neighborhood thing, as it were, that was fantastic. And I think that's partially why you got such damn good results.
And all of them succeeded in remote viewing. Because Puthoff and Sarg do not know how. And so maybe one of the most important things about the work done here is that it has been published in one of the most conservative and prestigious scientific journals in the world. With this note, few readers will finish without wondering for at least a moment if indeed ESP might be possible after all. What a difference that would make to us all. Jack Perkins, NBC News, Stanford Research Institute, California.
Ingo was really the father of remote viewing in the modern era. Before Ingo, people were describing the picture in the envelope. Square. Good guess, but wrong. He said, if I want to see what's in the envelope, I'll open the envelope. I can focus my attention anywhere on the planet, give me something interesting to look at.
And he threatened to quit. And so we asked him, well, what do you mean? What would you like to do? And he says, just send somebody out in the San Francisco Bay Area and I'll describe where they are.
Well, it takes a lot of guts to accept psychics involved could sort of get into it at a creative level and discover things very distant from themselves and then go find out if they were really there.
Well, we had, by now, 30 analysts, not scientists, in CIA, and maybe 6 or 7 scientists in CIA talking about these initial dozen or so results of these anecdotal situations.
We began by speaking of some kind of almost a psychic arms race here. Is there any real application to this?
At that time, there were rumors, certainly, that the government was doing something, but nobody actually knew what was going on.
I know you
We can't lose mics. Give us a mic when you want to sing. Yes. Oh, no. I need better. The personality I need choice. I can't change it. Because it's these payments. I will turn it now, isn't it? You're me something. You're stripping yourself. So, it's going to that. That's why. But that's why I don't know. And, yeah, you can just, like, that's what do 14 seconds to do what? You don't know, because it's in my private house, so what are you doing? You got a camera in my home. Hmm? So it makes you think I'm doing that. Maybe you like a commentary of my private life, what I'm doing in my own home. What makes you think that's true? Hmm? Where's your evidence? Or where's your assumptions? Do you know you just preach my human life? You just quote what he says and not leave British gas in jeopardy of whatever. That's it. And you'll be brought into it by what you just quoted. I just realised that. sleep deprivation and manipulation of my dreams. That's what they do. I get radiated at night in my eyes as well. That's the time. Yeah. This stream is about whatever I've caught on video evidence. 9:20 in the morning. Okay. So hot. Yeah, my husband. Radiation. Great. Now I'm playing this book. You need the radiation. Goodness knows what I was dreaming about in the subconscious of the mind. Wow. You reptilian shifting demons. You snakes. That's not my natural sleeping. And I don't snore naturally either. I know that from years ago. don't know what time looked like it was.
molecules are doing. Some of them, they're plugging people in into this AI quantum cloud supercomputer, whatever you want to call it, B system.
But that stopped the audio about the Nephian and
Either level, all supernatural piranha type creature to just nipping away and biting and snapping at you. But if you happen to be clairaudient, you can hear them, right? Now, the stories I've shared today, small sample size to be sure, but I've read other accounts that people share with their encounters with psychics, readers, mediums, medical intuitives, and they're describing a similar thing. These people that the wheel one, it's not the same thing. The wheel one.
that cut off halfway through.
Between Russia and Ukraine in the war, we have China. China pretty much makes it 90% of the time on the list. Indo-Pacific realignment, that makes it off and on. And then we have U.S. tech competition. We have Russia. By the way, I'll show you in a moment. Russia has made it every single year. Interesting to see where we were back in 2016, where we are now. But Russia's been on the list consecutively every single year, and China for the most part. So, number 7, chills me to the bone. Now, I'm going to expand on that in a moment. The continuity of government and the economy. In case you're not aware,
So it went on to a
what that
different
exactly
subject. Oh, that
the
automatic.
continuity of
That cut into a different subject about Russia for some reason.
government is the principle of establishing defined procedures and allowing government.
So you have my phone and you put it onto my Wi-Fi data and Wi-Fi data at the same time. What demonic entities? Wow. Oh my gosh. Okay. Yeah, I knew
This is marker 700.
you'd be you attacking me.
So indeed, past grave is entirely unmarked. I think you deserve better than that.
What was it?
It's probably my last opportunity. Say goodbye to my good friend Pam.
Don't know what that was either.
That's right. Welcome. Said, the more attention
you play some height something, the board shines like a beacon. Like X-ray. Surprised to 1975.
And some people believe it was because of his work with remote viewing.
Psychic spies, Cold War Wednesday, or secret weapon.
Yeah. Attacking me during the sleep. 9:30 in the morning UK time now. Hello. You know. Yeah. Can you hear what they're doing to me? This is their subconscious soul catching, this is. Physically assaulted by these non-human entities they live. Sick. Cast you out in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ. And Jesus Christ died upon the cross.
Some people may have certain psychic powers.
Be careful out there.
This may reassure you, it may alarm you, but in fact,
just bloody research this subject. For God's sake. Right, let me just go and find the videos you can go research. It's absolutely demonic. Who do you think is on the top of the pyramid of this worldwide control structure? Jesus. Okay, I'm now going to go into find it. Bear with me, I'm off asleep. Shape-shifting demons. Right, this is a playlist I'm going to screen share that I was I fell asleep and then they went into the attacks. This is the audio I was playing. So I haven't had much sleep because I don't need sleep, but they just hack into your bloody brain. Here we go. Meet the Reptilians. It's not me talking, it's James Bartley. That's what it started off with. And the My Labs program, they put me in this military black ops. MK Ultra trauma-based mind control, they've put me in all my life, which I found out. James Bartley does introductions, describes what they do, what these entities, I should say, do. Richard Bruce, go and check out. I really don't believe, the facts, how this can happen, and the technology. Okay. Go and check out this gentleman's channel. The awesome look at the reptilian demon influence on our world, which James Bartley does an excellent job of describing. Richard Bruce. And there's another gentleman, Ruling Earth, Aliens, Reptilians. And this gentleman too. This explains about the wider labs, military black ops. Right, I want to play about this bloody shite.
Used against people. Exposed to radiation. Exposed to radiation. Exposed to radiation.
Can't get my speak up any louder. I was trying to play it on this device.
For some years now, the U.S. intelligence community
Can you hear that? This is the evidence. Can you hear this? Shape-shifting, soul catching during RM is like a sleep stage and I'm physically assaulted. There's reptilian shape-shifting arseholes. Well, they're not arseholes because they're non-human. Open your eyes. This is what the world is like. We're living in the end times. This is what you can hear. Go and research, educate yourself to all, and look at time travel and portals and through the wall technology. This world is not what you think it is. Educate yourself, for God's sake. Time's up. They Live is a movie. It's worth watching. Richard Bruce on YouTube. Go and watch his videos and read up on his website. Know the truth before it's too late. If you're still human, you're not being switched over. You're soul possessed. Wow. I don't make nothing up. I can't get up yet. As soon as I do get up and get cared for, all my muscles are aching. Why the hell is my muscles always aching? As soon as I wake up and I can't mobilize physically because I'm being physically attacked by these demonic they're soul catching and they're not going to bloody will tell you because we're spiritually uprising. You know, there's so many of us out there fighting back. And so I do the best I can. But lawfully, you know, in the spiritual arena, so you're not taking my soul. Okay. Might be physically doing what you're doing, all these demonic things. You ain't taking my soul. To those that don't know what this is, right, just go and do yourself a favour if you still got 90% of your human DNA in your own body, at least. You really need to educate yourself. There is a secret space program, right? Don't ever believe the NASA's bloody mainstream BS. Go and do your own research before the internet goes. Wow. Wow, let's say. This is demonic. Yeah, so why do you think I had undercover CID public servants, police, 2 days back. Come into a venue I was, where nobody else is in there, up one 18-year-old staff, and they looked me up and down. Their height gave it away. You know, the body language gave it away. Oh, it's so demonic. Seriously. I could spot when my conscious and I'm awake, and I have to do what I got to do, like today, all days on the Sabbath day. You know, keep it holy. Because of the weather yesterday, I couldn't get out. You got to keep fighting. No matter what's going on, you've got to keep going. Be strong in the Lord. Strong in your faith, whatever that may be. You don't deal with the flesh and blood. Oh yeah, I was going to screen share. I don't know what I'm looking at. Oh, sorry, hearing, I should say. But I get into my internet phones all the time. The part that go and stalking, that is. Okay. Right, I'm going to screen share it. I think I just did. Why would I cough in the night? I don't cough in the day. Oh, I am screen sharing. Okay. So you see on the screen. Richard Bruce. What's this news now? While I listen to this, it's about UK housing crisis. I don't want to know what that's about.
These are smiled. Up in the night. I don't cough. Oh, yeah. See. What's this news now? Or I listen to this, let's see about UK housing crisis. I don't want to know what that's about.
Right, first doesn't want, doesn't it? You want to see what else is going on in the world. Comets, Libra, skies, are white. This is, look at the colours. Comets. Oh. Can you hear the bits? I don't think we can hear the attacks. It's not aliens, it's nothing. You want to see what else is going on? Comets. Light is going to. The human race is the offspring. Many traditions for at times. Every time they physically assault me, this is what you hear. That's demonic reptilians. The cowards, they can't show their faces. They have to do it when you're human race is not allowed. Many traditions for at times. Every time that physically assault me, this is what you hear. That's demonic reptilians. Cowards, they can't show their faces.
You can't really like give us light and we want those things.
That's consoling of the dreams we had there. Subconsciously. Manipulated. Military adoptions, it's called. Adopted by reptilians. There's others that have this. Some in 2001. Military adoptions. Adopted by reptilians. Some in 2001. Yeah, this is what they do in my body. In the picture, they leave their evidence behind. Another woman that gets adopted. This is the archive page. Military adoptions. Reptilian technology. In a case, they create a wormhole leading to an artificial graduate. Yeah, this is what they do in my Another woman that gets adopted. This is the archive. Military adoptions. Reptilian technology. In a case, they create a wormhole leading to an artificial graduate. You need to research wormholes and different dimensions. You need to research wormholes. The military developed technology to change space and time. That was based on alien technology, reptilian. The military developed technology to change space. That was based on alien technology. That was enough.
Step up to the microphone. Stay loud and clear. Saturday is coming soon. Get out of here. Welcome back to Plunder. I am Derek Gilbert. And I'm Sharon Gilbert, and this is now PID Radio. Yes, which notably stands for Period into Darkness, but depending on our mood, yeah. So if you come up
I would just like you to welcome up someone that is not familiar with you, but his work is very solid, and he actually knows to give a presentation as well. Mr. James Bartley.
This is what I was planning before the attack. In the Bible, it teaches certain beings routinely adopt humans, women, during the days of Noah, both before the Great Flood and also afterwards. Look at Genesis. Let's have a look.
I would just like you to welcome up someone that is not familiar with you, but his work is very solid, and he actually knows to give a presentation as well.
Seven hours ago.
And
Die Hungersnot in Afrika breitet sich immer weiter aus. Millionen Menschen drohen zu verhungern.
Note, like Eve, the serpent will also have seed or offspring. Either the serpent is a literal snake which can talk, or it's a fallen angel, most assume Lucifer. We cannot say that this ongoing entity refers merely to the other fallen angels, which would more correctly be his brethren of his kind, other sons of God below, but not like offspring. This verse begs to question who are the offspring. Genesis 6. And it came to pass, when men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born unto them, that the sons of God saw the daughters of men, and that they were fair, and they took them wives of all which they chose. And the Lord said, My spirit shall not always strive with man, for that he is flesh, yet his days shall be 120 years. They were giants in the earth those days. And also after that, when the sons of God came unto the daughters of men, they bare children unto them. The same became mighty men, which were of old, men and women. When men began to increase in number on the earth, and daughters were born to them, the sons of God saw that the daughters of men were beautiful, and they married any of them, and they chose. Then the Lord said, My spirit will not contend with the men forever, for he is mortal. His days will be 120 years. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterward, when the sons of God went to the daughters of men and had children by them. They were the heroes of old, men of renown. For my spirit will not remain in or corrupt. When men began to multiply on the face of the ground, the daughters were born unto them. The sons of God saw the daughters of men were fair. It's repeating. Genesis 6, verses 1 to 4, these verses. King James Bible. Sons of God in Hebrew used also and only in Job chapter 1 verses 6, chapters 2, 1 and 38, 37. The term always refers to angels. Only the passage in Genesis is debated because of the disturbing nature of the topic. Many competent and prominent Bible scholars of today believe the sons of God are of human lineage. This has been taught in seminaries for years, but was not the understanding of the early church, or even the position of many modern rabbis. Or listening to this tape by Pastor Chris Ward before settling this issue personally. The passage also bears extreme reference on a complete understanding of the scripture quoted in Matthew chapter 24, verse 37 below. Historically, the book of quotes which one noted the Jewish historian about quotes of years and the years of life. It states that angels intermarried with human daughters, producing tyrants. It's like a Judeo-Roman culture. Also, not all Bible translations describe the sons of Seth. Hearsay theory, as is set on the Living Bible demonstrations. Now population explosion took place upon Earth. It was this time that beings from the spirit world looked upon the beautiful Earth woman and took any they desired to be their wives. Now the Jehovah said, "My spirit must not forever be disgraced in man. Wholly evil as it is, I will give them 120 years to mend his ways in those days and even after, when the evil beings from the spirit world were sexually involved with human women. Their children became giants, of whom so many legends are told." Return of the Watchers. It explains in terms of connection between those abductions and hybrid races detailed in scripture and their modern resonance, as well as providing answers to some of the more disturbing accounts about the nature of God we read about in the Old Testament. Why exactly would the living God command the Israelites to destroy entire tribes or people groups, including women and children? And this is the tapes. I'm not sure if you can actually listen to it on this website. She's answered in 2001. This is dated. I'm not sure this works. So, don't think so. Thought you might be able to actually just, okay, let's go back. No, I don't think it will open. Hybrid race and Nephian introduces destructive technology, weapons of warfare, psychotropic drugs, astronomy and sorcery, worship as God and anarchy. That's where it comes from. Nephian and hybrids were heroes of old men. We know Genesis 6:4. The factual basis for the burning deletes. And the Lord said, I will destroy the man when I have created from the face of the earth. But Noah found grace in the eyes of the Lord. Okay, alien phenomena, spiritual beings identified. Hitler's Faro fighters, Roswell crash, black engineering, the stealth bombers, occult arts, New Age doctrines, UFO cults, immunity for abduction crimes, called spirit guides, ascendant masters, space brothers. Matthew chapter 24, verse 37. Do you really want to live forever? It's just the minute times we're living in. This is an archive page. You have to dig around to find things. You got research material here. Right, let's go back to those. This is what I was saying earlier. I'll end this stream on that note.